Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Lovington Wildcat Baseball from New Allmark Digital and One Radio Square Sports. Final two games of the regular season today from here at the friendly confines of Wildcat Park. I'm TJ Miracle flying solo today, and it is all on the line. If you are the Lovington Wildcat, you sweep this one, you know for sure you have got a spot, or at least a 99% certainty you've got a spot in the playoffs. If you're Portales, you're hoping to play spoiler on that. You want to win both of them if you're Portales to give yourself still a shot. And to split, well, who knows? So we'll just see what's going to go on. So Portales, of course, the visiting team in Game 1 and Game 2. Lovington winning Game 1 of this series last night, a wild 9-4 victory. Leading off for Portales, it'll be Andrew Ontiveros. He'll play in left field. Batting second is the shortstop, Carden Gutierrez. Batting third and pitching, Carson Pfaffenberger. Batting fourth, playing first, Traven Price. Batting fifth and the DH today, Noah Swift. He'll be hitting in place of Devin Diaz, who plays right. Elijah Tellez bats sixth and plays second. Batting seventh, the center fielder Zane Mayberry, and batting eighth is the catcher Alex Luscombe. And rounding out the order, Leighton Faust will bat ninth and play third. For your Lovington Wildcats, leading it off this afternoon in Game 1 will be Cesar Salinas. He plays at second. Luis Garcia bats second, the shortstop. Batting third, playing right, Micah Pondo. Batting fourth is the left fielder, Jonathan Aceves. Batting fifth and catching, Jaden Hernandez. Batting sixth is the first baseman, Nick Pata. Batting seventh, playing third, Ryan Weiser. Batting eighth and pitching in Game 1, Ethan Gonzalez. And batting in the 9 slot and playing center field is Kamen Ochoa. So the Cats out warming up, and then the home white unis with the blue pinstripes. Of course, the blue letters and numbers, Portales. They are in the road black jerseys with the red and white letters and numbers and the white pants. So, yeah, after yesterday, I think it was like 83 degrees when we had first pitch up in Portales. It's 54 here in Lovington this afternoon, and that wind is gusty, and it is blowing more or less from the left to the right. So, all right, just about ready to go in this one. Let's go ahead and set up your Lovington defense for you. Gonzalez on the hill. Hernandez is his battery mate. Parra, Salinas, Garcia, Weiser around the infield first to third. Aceves, Ochoa, and Pondo in the outfield from left to right. Of course, you may recall yesterday, Coach Robert Areola was thrown out of that ball game for arguing a call, and turns out that video evidence did overturn that at least partially, so he can at least be here in the stands today in Game 1. He will be in the dugout, but he is not allowed to coach here in Game 1 from out on the base pass. So Andrew Ontiveros will lead it off for Portales, and here we go. From Lovington, New Mexico, it is the final series of the regular season. And the wide in the first pitch, and that one is going to be in there, called strike one. So Gonzalez deals strike one to Ontiveros, leading it off, and we are underway. Do or die time for both the Cats and the Rams. The 0-1 pitch, and that one's going to be up and in, and even things up at a ball and a strike. Outfield playing pretty well their normal positions, about halfway back. Infield normal for them. Salinas a little deep in the hole at second, and the pitch swung on, and that one will be chopped foul over to the Lovington dugout on the third baseline for strike two. So it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count as Coach Tellez will get the ball back out to Gonzalez. Portales 10-12 on the season, 1-6 in district. As Gonzalez takes the look in, Hernandez down, giving the signs. Now they're ready to go. No, Gonzalez with the high kick, and the pitch swung on, and ding-dong, that one's going to get him in the shoulder. And so Ontiveros, hit by the pitch, will head down to first base.
Number 3, Caden Gutierrez.
So now it'll be Caden Gutierrez to the plate. Again, you'll have to forgive me a little bit on the camera work today. Working solo. So it'll be Gutierrez to the plate. Gutierrez, the shortstop. So now a runner at first. Portales going to try and strike early. Of course, Lovington 2 runs in that first inning yesterday. And Portales answered, and then it was a wild one from there. So Gutierrez will settle in as Hernandez sets up on the outside of the plate. Gonzalez kicks and fires, and that one will be low and away for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count, top of the first inning. Ontiveros at first, being hit by the pitch. Pata will hold him on. Infield goes to double play depth. Here, Gonzalez, you would certainly love to induce a ground ball here. So he'll set, and the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that'll be a line shot out into left field. That one is going to fall in as Aceves will get to it and fire it in, but it will be a nobody out single to left for Caden Gutierrez. So runners now at first and second. Ontiveros at second, Gutierrez at first. And now it'll be Carson Pfaffenberger. So Pfaffenberger, the lefty pitcher for these Portales Rams, will try and help out his own cause here in the first inning. As Gonzalez will set, checks on his runners, now comes to the plate, swung on, and that'll be a line shot into right field. That one is going to get some roll on it. Pondo will chase it down right before it gets to the wall, and it'll be an RBI single as that one will plate a run as Pfaffenberger will cash in on Taveros from second. And so it is an RBI single to right for Pfaffenberger, and Portales will take the early 1-0 lead. So he took the first pitch and shot it out into right field. Gutierrez over at second now. Pfaffenberger at first. He will have a courtesy runner. I'll double check that number here in just a minute. So now it'll be the cleanup hitter, Draven Price, to the plate. Another lefty for these Portales Rams. Already up early, 1-0 in this one. Still nobody out here in the top of the first inning. Noah Swift, the DH, waits on deck as Gonzalez will check his runners. Checks again now. He'll come to the plate. Price shows bunt and misses it, and it gets away from Hernandez, and that lets everybody move around. So a little bit of interference. Not interference in the sense that you would get a call on it, but getting away. So officially moving down on the passed ball, and it will be strike one at the plate to Price. So a no ball, 1 strike count. Now runners in scoring position. And it takes off the conventional double play. As Gonzalez will kick and fire, swung on. That one will be lifted high in the air out to left field. Coming up and making the grab is Aceves as Jonathan will get to it, and he's got a good arm, and so that'll hold everybody up. Price pops out to left, and there is one down for the Rams here in this top of the first. One thing about yesterday, Lovington had to pitch out of a whole lot of jams. Portales leaving 11 runners stranded in that ball game. So one down now is Noah Swift, the DH, to the plate. Swift did have one at bat late in that ball game yesterday. So one down, runners at second and third. As Gonzalez will set to face the righty, comes in with it, and it'll be high for ball one. 1 ball, no strike count, 1 down. Pfaffenberger at second, Gutierrez at third. 1 run across for Portales, 1 down here in the first. As Gonzalez takes the long look in, he's going to check off on his runners. These are not holding them real close, and that one is heading to the parking lot. Please don't hit the white Toyota, and that'll even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So it'll be a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Of course, with the weather like it is, not a lot of hardy souls in the stands. Don't blame them a bit. A little bit cold and a whole lot windy today. Wind is blowing in, left to right and in slightly. 1-1 pitch on the way, and that one is going to be down in the dirt. Hernandez blocks it out nicely, but it'll be ball 2 at the plate to Swift. So the 2 ball, 1 strike count. Ochoa playing a couple of steps over towards left. Everybody else pretty shallow, which wind, unless you just really get a charge in one, going to tend to knock things down a little bit today. As Gonzalez has the sign and the 2-1 pitch on the way. Check swing. Did he go? Well, I don't think he went, but it was a strike anyway. And so it evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2 ball, 2 strike count to the number 5 hitter Swift for the Rams. 2 on, 1 out. Already plated a run. They're trying to keep the line moving. Zethan will set high, and they will call the balk on Gonzalez. Oh, no, they called a timeout. All right, so that's one thing we didn't notice yesterday. It sounded like he called balk. Instead, it was a timeout. We'll take that for sure. That saves us a run. And now Ethan's ready to go. He will set high, has the sign, and the 2-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a hard shot over towards second. And coming over to first with it is going to be Salinas. They will trade the out for the run, though. And so it'll be an RBI ground out, a sac ground out. Call that one 4-3 for out number 2 as Gutierrez will come across. And the courtesy runner for Pfaffenberg will move to third. So 2-0 now in favor of Portales. And that will bring Elijah Tellez to the plate. Still a runner at third. 2 outs now. As Gonzalez will kick and fire. Swung on, and Tellez will get that one off the end of the bat. Foul it off for strike 1. So a no ball, 1 strike count. 2 down, but 2 across for the Rams here in this top of the first inning. Rams and the Cats, final 2 games of the regular season. Both teams, in reality, still fighting for their playoff lives. Now Gonzalez gets the sign from Hernandez. Again, sets up around the chin and the 0-1 pitch, and that one comes inside. And how did that miss him? I do not know, but it did. And so the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Where's the wind blowing like this? Everything gets a little bit off, and that wind is chilly. Should have brought my other jacket, I think. And the 1 ball, 1 strike count as Gonzalez will deal and swung on, and way out in front of that one, Tellez will get just a piece of it. And will run the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, it's a 1-2 count as Mayberry comes over and retrieves the baseball for the man in blue, actually wearing black today, at least here in game 1. So it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count to Tellez. Runner at third is the courtesy runner for Pfaffenberg. That may be Williams over there. And the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a hard shot on the ground. And that one is going to be booted by Weiser. And coming over and making the play is Garcia. He gets it to limit the damage, but that'll put Tellez on at first. It will score Williams from third. And so that one will not go against Gonzalez because of the error. It's the E5, and now Zane Mayberry to the plate. So Mayberry to the plate with now Tellez at first. 3 runs across. Lovington trying to get this third out. Gonzalez will check the runner. Now he'll come to the plate, and that one will float outside and high for ball 1. It's only 1 ball, no strike count. Top of the first inning, Portales has put 3 across. Not much of a lead over at first for Tellez. Pata holds him on. Gonzalez kicks and fires, swung on, and that one is going to be hit high in the air to left center field, and that one is going to drop in as moving around to third is going to be Tellez, and so it'll be a 2-out single to left for Mayberry. Just really nothing anybody could do about that one. Got up in the wind and kind of hung up, and Jonathan and Cameron both with a chance to get to it, but just kind of in no man's land out there. And so that'll bring Alex Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe to the plate, the catcher for Portales. Luscombe yesterday went 1 for 2. He did walk a couple of times. So now Portales trying to extend their lead. They lead 3-0. 2 down, and the number 8 hitter Luscombe at the plate. Gonzalez having to work out of the stretch since hitting the first batter, and the first pitch will be a curveball, but it'll miss in, ball 1. Then 1 ball, no strike count as Portales trying to do more damage here in this first inning. Gonzalez will check the runner over at first. Now he'll kick and fire and swung on, and that'll be a slow roller, and they're just going to let that one go foul. And I think that was smart. Luscombe runs pretty good for a catcher. And it'll even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count to Alex Luscombe, the number 8 hitter at the plate. Tellez at third, reached via the air. Mayberry with a 2-out single stands at first. So now a 1 ball, 1 strike count as Gonzalez and the Cats trying to get out of a bit of a jam here in the first inning. 3 runs already across for Portales. As Hernandez flashes the sign, sets up on the outside and the wind and the 1-1 pitch, and that one going to miss away. for ball number 2 as Mayberry on his horse will swipe second. Really no opposition. And it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. So 2-1, now runners at second and third. It comes over to the left side. You're going to have to throw it to first. A little hard in wind like this today. And the 2-1 pitch on the way to Luscombe, and that one's going to be low for ball number 3. So the 3-ball, 1-strike count. Gonzalez on the hill, having a bit of a struggle here in this first inning. So the 3-ball, 1-strike count. Luscombe going to be looking for something that he can hit and probably hit hard now with runners at second and third. Gonzalez checks the runners. Now he's ready, and he'll deal the 3-1 swung on, and that one will be drilled out to left field. It is going back, but it will curl foul. That one had extra bases written all over it, but it goes foul out there, and so we'll reset it at a full count. I said he was looking for something he could hit and hit hard, and he definitely found one. Just got around on it a little bit quickly. So that'll run the count full to the number 8 hitter. Runners at second and third for the Rams. Cats trying to get out of this one with no more damage being done. So Hernandez ready. Gonzalez ready. And he'll twirl up the payoff pitch, swung on, and that one will be chopped, and Weiser will backhand it, come across the diamond in time to get the out. 5-3 for out number 3, but 8 batters come to the plate and 3 runs come across for Portales. So we have played a half inning. It's Portales 3, Lovington coming to bat. More Wildcat baseball in a moment from New Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Lovington Schools proudly supports their athletic teams and wants to encourage all teachers, students, and staff to keep pressing on. Wildcats, you are winners on and off of the court. Lovington Municipal Schools are proud of holding the utmost and highest standards. Go out there and be proud to be part of the Big Blue. For more information on what is happening now at Lovington Schools, log on to lovingtonschools.net and bet you won't be disappointed. Go Big Blue. 3 claps and a woo!
For Portales in the top of the first inning, they get 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error committed by the Wildcats, and 2 runners left on for the Rams. So we go to the bottom of the first inning. Lovington with some ground to make up. Portales leading 3-0. Leading it off, it'll be Cesar Salinas. He'll be followed by Luis Garcia, and then Micah Pondo. That is 1-2-3 for the blue and white. Let's go ahead and set the Portales defense for you. Pfaffenberger, the lefty, is on the hill. Luscombe is his catcher. You've got Price, Tellez, Gutierrez, and Faust around the infield first to third. Ontiveros, Mayberry, and Diaz in the outfield from left to right. Yesterday, a 9-4 Wildcat victory, scoring 6 runs in the penultimate inning of that one in the top of the 7th, and then holding Portales in the bottom of the 7th. So now they're going to have to see if they can keep the line moving and get it moving today. Pick up right where they left off last night as Salinas will step in. So in the games yesterday, Cesar went 1 for 3 in that one. He did walk, had a RBI and a run scored, 2. And he got the win in that ball game coming in relief. So adjusted the camera a little bit, so maybe we can at least catch most of the action there. So Salinas will settle in to face the freshman lefty Pfaffenberger, and he'll deal the first one, and that one will be low and gets away from the catcher. Luscombe back to the netting, and it'll be ball 1. It's only 1 ball, no strike count. Tick that over just a touch. All right, well, we'll go with that. So it'll be a no ball, 1 strike count. Salinas at the plate. Pfaffenberger, a pretty quick worker, deals, and the lefty fastball clips the inside corner. And things even up at 1-1. Of course, Lovington with almost all righties in the lineup. Pfaffenberger's got something that breaks. It is going to break in on him and break in hard. And the 1-1 pitch, and swung on and missed as he will take the fastball high. And Salinas will wave at strike 2. So a 1-ball, 2-strike count just underway, bottom of the first. Portales with the 3-0 lead. Salinas leading it off, and Pfaffenberger the 1-2 pitch, and that one will run inside. SR having to get out of the way of ball number 2. Kind of flinched back a little bit. So it'll be a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Pfaffenberger, the quick worker, will deal the 2-2, and that one is going to be just off the outside corner, ball 3. So Salinas does what he needs to do. He's making Pfaffenberger show some pitches for the guys behind him in line, and he works the count full. So the 3-ball, 2-strike count. Pfaffenberger originally sets up around the face mask and then comes down to the belt, and he'll throw that one inside, ball 4, and Salinas will work the leadoff walk. So now it'll be Luis Garcia to the plate. The Wildcat shortstop plays in the field righty, but bats lefty. You might think, well, that's a little strange. Well, no, it's actually not. My nephew does it, so I don't think it's strange at all. And so Garcia will step in. As getting the lead off of first is Salinas. Price will hold him on over there. Pfaffenberger ready to go from sets at the belt. Checks the runner, now comes to the plate and showing bunt and laying down a beauty, maybe a bit hard as getting to it. And then airmailing it is Faust, and so it'll be the E5, and that will get Lovington moving with runners at first and second. So the bad throw as Faust, I think, kind of rushed the throw just a little bit to try and get the speedy Price. So Garcia will reach on the E5. And so a walk and an error, and now the Wildcats are in business with nobody out. And Micah Pondo to the plate. So Pondo gonna step in. Yesterday, Micah had a big 2-run home run in that ball game. It helped seal the deal for the Wildcats. It'll be a little hard to get one out of here today, but 2 on, nobody out in the first pitch to Pondo. Ding dong, that one is going to hit him right in the posterior, shall we say. So hit by pitch as Aceves now will step in with the bases loaded. Pondo at first, Garcia at second, Salinas at third. And the cleanup hitter Aceves going to try and help his own cause as here comes the Portales coaches. They want to talk about things. Got to think they're going to try and stretch Pfaffenberger out just a little bit. So while we have a moment, I'd like to say a big thank you to all of our great sponsors. You see them there at the bottom of the screen. You hear them too. And thank you. I will bump that up just a little bit for you. So yeah, I was informed my stream volume a little low, so we'll turn that up just a touch. So big thanks to all of our sponsors. You see them, you hear them, and we couldn't do this without their help and support. We definitely appreciate them, and we appreciate you watching. Want to win $100 for watching your Lovington Wildcats and Lady Cats? Well, I'll tell you how you can do that here in just a few minutes, too. So Aceves will step in. Jonathan with the slightly open stance and nobody out, runners on every bag. So Pfaffenberger, after the meeting at the mound, will kick and fire, and Jonathan wants to cash them all in at once, and he will wave at an outside fastball, strike 1. So an 0-ball, 1-strike count. If you're Lovington's hitters, and this is tough to do, it's just do your part. Don't try and do it all. And the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed as Aceves will take another big hack and come up empty. So now he's got to go in plate protection mode. No balls and 2 strikes. You got to think if you're Portales here, you're probably going to be willing to concede the run to get the out. And the 0-2 pitch, and that one is going to be in there. Called strike 3 as Pfaffenberger comes right after him. And Aceves will go down looking. So 1 down now for the Wildcats as Jaden Hernandez to the plate. A catcher for the Cats was 0 for 4 yesterday, did reach on an error in the first. So Jaden will step in as Pfaffenberger will step off the rubber. And he's going to point over to Price at first. Price having a discussion. Price going to be playing in. Price and Faust both in at the corners, squeezing towards the bag, the middle infielder. So if you could get one over there, you'd be in pretty good shape. If you could get one between second and third or first and second. Bases full of Wildcats. Pondo at first, Garcia at second, Salinas at third. And Hernandez at the plate. A 1-ball, no strike count, and the wind in the pitch. That one's up high, ball 2. So a 2-ball, no strike count to the number 5 hitter for the Wildcats. The Cats were very efficient yesterday with runners on. I believe they only left 3 stranded in that whole ball game. And cashed in 9 runs. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one is going to be upstairs for ball number 3. And the 3-ball, no strike count. So a 3-0 count. Have to see if Caden's got the take sign on. Coach Cruz down there coaching at first, and the pitch and the take sign on all the way, and that one is letter high, called strike 1. Be willing to bet you the take sign is not on now. So bases full of Wildcats, 1 down. They trail 3-0, but threaten here in the bottom of the first. And the 3-1 pitch, check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. He went around, and that'll be strike 2 as Hernandez took off for first, and the ump went, no, that's strike 2. Always got to wait for the man in black to say what it is. I'm pretty sure he said it was strike 2 before Jaden took off. It happens. So the wind and the payoff pitch, and swung on and gets a piece of that one to stay alive. It'll bounce over by the third base coach's box where Faust will corral it and toss it back out to Pfaffenberger. So Jaden stays alive. Nick Pata waits on deck. Hernandez just going to try and keep the line moving on a breezy, cold afternoon. And the pitch swung on, and that one is heading to the parking lot. So fouling off a pretty good pitch from the freshman lefty, Hernandez will stay alive. So it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Pondo at first, Garcia at second, Salinas at third. Outfield, Ontiveros playing very deep in left. Diaz playing pretty deep in right, and only about halfway back Mayberry in center, and the pitch swung on. That'll be a chop shot, and somehow handled by Faust, and he will throw that over to first, and they will put the tag on. He was still pulled off the bag, so Hernandez will have the RBI ground out. It'll be out 5-3 for out number 1, but it will cash in Salinas. And the Cats are on the board. They trail 3-1. Garcia moves to third, Pondo to second. And so now 2 down as Nick Pata to the plate. Pondo at second, Garcia at third. Nick Pata going to try and keep the line moving, do a little 2-out damage, and check swing, and he fouls it off on the check, and it is strike 1. 3-1 the score. Lovington has managed to Frankenstein a run across. They do not want to leave those guys stranded out there. You need timely hitting. Opar, the righty, with the open stance as Pfaffenberger deals. Ding-dong, that one's going to come between the double ones on the back. As Pata will flip the ball out. Flip the bat over towards his dugout, and that'll load things back up. Pata at first, Pondo at second, Garcia at third. And now it'll be Ryan Weiser to the plate. Rhino yesterday had a solo shot to give Lovington a 3-2 lead in that contest. So he will step in, and Pfaffenberger will deal, and that one is going to be low for ball number 1. Still a 1-ball, no strike count. Bases full of Wildcats again. We see the number 7 hitter, and the pitch from Pfaffenberger, and that one is going to sail high on him, ball 2. So a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Mayberry has moved back a little in center. He is shading a little over towards the power alley in left center, just 2 or 3 steps off of true center. But I think Diaz has moved a couple of steps over towards the line and right. So huge hole out there. The 2-0 pitch as Weiser wants it all and comes up empty on what would have been ball 3. Instead, it is strike 1. So the 2-ball, 1-strike count. 3-1, Portales in the lead. The Wildcats trying to claw their way back in. And the 2-1 pitch, and that one will sail outside for ball number 3. Oh, good eye on that one. Almost identical pitch to the one he swung on a minute ago. You can't blame Pfaffenberger and Luscombe for thinking try it again. So a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Bases loaded full of Wildcats. And the wind in the pitch, and that one is going to be right down the pipe, knee-high inside corner, strike 2. Come on, stupid score bug. There we go. little inner monologue going on. So Pfaffenberger ready to go as the runners go, and the payoff pitch, and that one is going to be in there, called strike 3. And Weiser will go down on strikes, and in the Lovington threat, the Cats do manage to put a run across. We head to the second inning. It's Lovington trailing Portales 3-1. More Wildcat baseball in a moment on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called SmartHub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the SmartHub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the SmartHub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with SmartHub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
And welcome back to Lovington Wildcat Baseball from New Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. For the Wildcats, they get 1 run, no hits, 1 error committed by Portales, and three left on base. So something that didn't happen to the Cats at all yesterday. They left them loaded. So it'll be 9-1-2 due up for the Rams, as it'll be Leighton Faust leading it off. He'll be followed by Andrew Ontiveros and then Caden Gutierrez. 3-1 our score. Portales in the lead. Must-win game if you are the Rams. Lovington pretty much must win for them too. You don't want to go into Sunday with any doubts in your mind, and if Lovington can get the sweep, I think they would go in with a lot fewer doubts, but Portales wants to put some in there. So Leighton Faust will step in and settle into the right side box. Ethan Gonzalez still on the hill, and he will deal to the number 9 hitter, and he swings and gets a piece of it, and off the top of the helmet of Hernandez, strike 1. Hernandez just fine. Doesn't even shake the head at all. Or maybe it went off the noggin of the umpire. No, he'll come out and toss it back out to Gonzalez. He'll take a walk back behind the plate. So 2-man crew here today. And Faust will step back in. Gonzalez ready to go, and the 0-1 pitch to Faust swung on. That one is going to be popped up, and that one is heading to the street. And now the number 9 hitter Faust is down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Top of the second inning. Portales leading this one by a score of 3-1. As the Wildcats and the Rams going at it. Final day of the regular season. Gonzalez taking some time as Hernandez flashes the signs. So now he's ready to go, and the 0-2 delivery on the way, and that one swung on, hit off the fist, a little pop-up on the infield. Weiser will come in and make the grab between third and the mound, so a little pop-out to the third baseman, and there is 1 down for the Rams here in their half of the second. So now Andrew Ontiveros to the plate. Ontiveros was hit by a pitch and later scored for the Rams in the first. So he is 0 for 0 with a run scored. Outfield playing pretty well straight up. Only about halfway back. And the pitch to Ontiveros. He'll take that one and sky it out to shallow left field, as going out is Garcia. Comes over towards third and about 2 feet out onto the grass, and will get the out on the pop-up. So quickly 2 up, 2 down for the Rams here in the top of the second, as Caden Gutierrez to the plate. Gutierrez singled and scored in the first. He is 1 for 1. So Gonzalez ready to go. Bases clear, 2 down, and the first pitch, and that one is going to be just high for ball 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. 2 down here in the top of the second inning. Portales going to try and make a little something happen with 2 outs, and the 1-0 pitch, and that's a beautiful pitch, but on the inside corner, and evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. About this umpire, he takes his time, but he always lets you know exactly what he's calling. And the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that one will be lifted high in the air, going to hang up in the wind in center field. Going back is Ochoa, and Kamen will go back about 10 feet, camp out, and make the grab for the fly out to center. It is 3 up, 3 down for Portales in the top of the second. After an inning and a half, it is Portales 3, Lovington 1. More Wildcat baseball in a moment from the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats! For Portales in the top of the second, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. They go 1-2-3, and we head to the bottom of the second with the Rams leading the Cats in this one by a score of 3-1. I'm TJ Miracle flying solo this afternoon. Final games of the regular season for the Rams and the Cats. Leading it off for Lovington here in the second, it'll be Ethan Gonzalez. He'll be followed by Cameron Ochoa and Cesar Salinas. It is 8-9-1. Due up for your Wildcats. Of course, thank you for watching wherever you are around Lee County, West Texas, and the world. Remember, subscribe to the Lovington Sports YouTube channel. And once we hit that magic number of 1,000, somebody's going to get $100 of my money. I'm going to take $100 out of my pocket just to say thanks for supporting the Cats and Lady Cats and for watching the Lovington Sports YouTube channel. Not coming from the sponsors, not from the station. Coming from me as a way to say thank you. So subscribe to the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and tell your family and friends. So now it'll be Ethan Gonzalez leading it off for the Wildcats as the Cat pitcher looks to start things off, and he'll take the first pitch from his opposite number at the knees right down the pipe, strike one. So an 0-ball, 1-strike count. Pfaffenberger, a quick worker. Luscombe sets up outside, and the 0-1 pitch will go outside. And even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So a 1-ball, 1-strike count, game one of this doubleheader, bottom of the second inning. Pfaffenberger will deal, and that one will be high for ball 2. So the 2-ball, 1-strike count, just underway, bottom 2. A 2-run lead for Portales. Gonzalez settles in the slightly open stance. Pfaffenberger will deal the 2-1, and that one is going to be on the inside corner, knee high, nice pitch. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-2 count to Gonzalez at the plate. Of course, it was Gonzalez yesterday that sparked that one, and that'll be a little line shot going to find its way through into right field. Diaz will come over and will pick it up, but it was a 2-out single yesterday in the fourth that led to the controversy for the Wildcats. And it was Ochoa that should have cashed him in. And we will have a courtesy runner coming to the ball game as Danny McMullen on to courtesy run for Gonzalez, the pitcher. So Ochoa steps in, the number 9 hitter for the Cats. Ochoa 2 of 3 yesterday. Also scored a run, should have had an RBI, but had to take that one off the books. So Ochoa will step in from the stretch. Pfaffenberger checks McMullen at first and deals right down the pipe, strike one. Noticed with Pfaffenberger, sometimes that first one may be the best one you see. So he'll set, check McMullen at first, now come to the plate again, swung on, and that'll be a slow roller, could be trouble. As Ochoa on the run, and he is going to beat that one out. And so it'll be an infield single, almost like a swinging bunt, just a slow roller out there that Tellez can't get to, and then he tries to use the glove flip over, but not in time to get the speedy Ochoa. Now turn it over now to Cesar Salinas. Salinas walked and scored in the first, and Lovington threatens again here in the second. So Pfaffenberger going to have to start making some high-pressure pitches. First pitch, Cesar shows bunt and misses on it, and it'll be strike one. Lovington can kind of feel the momentum. Need to get it here. McMullen at second, Ochoa at first. As Salinas will show bunt again. Pfaffenberger deals, pulls the bunt back, and the ball runs inside. And the count evens up at 1-1 strike. So it'll be a 1-1 strike count. 2 on, nobody out. Bottom of the second inning, Lovington trails by 2. But going to try and take advantage of getting runners on early. Salinas will show bunt again, and that one comes inside. Has to do the river dance to get away from it. And a throw down to second as that one bounced off the retaining wall and back into the glove of Luscombe. And he will toss it down as McMullen sits on the bag at third. And he will be safe. Ochoa moves down 2. Umpire going to point to something around the bag. It's going to make sure that it's still in place. So it'll be a stolen base. And it'll be a 2-1 count to Salinas at the plate. So the 2-1 pitch on the way, and Salinas takes a hack at it. Comes up empty, but the ball will get away from Luscombe, and that will cash in McMullen on the passed ball. So Lovington is back to within a run. So the pass ball will score a run, and the Wildcats now trail just by a run, 3-2 the score. Ochoa moves over to third. Count evens up at the plate, 2-2 to Salinas. So if he can get something in play, Lovington ties this game, and that pitch is going to be high. Tried the noon to 6 breaker, didn't get it to go, and that will run the count full to Salinas. So the second full count SR has worked. Outfield playing about halfway back. Infield pretty well. They're normal positions. They would trade a run for an out, and the pitch swung on. That one is lifted high in the air out to right field. Diaz will move over and make the grab, but plenty of time for Ochoa to tag up and come on in. So it'll be a sac fly RBI, and we are tied at 3 apiece here at Wildcat Park. So 1 down, base is clear now for Lovington as Garcia to the plate. Garcia reached on an error in the first, was left stranded over at third. So now the bases are clear as the lefty-on-lefty duel will unfold. Lovington has put 2 runs across this inning. So Pfaffenberger will deal, and the first pitch will be on the outside corner, called strike 1 to Garcia. 0-1 the count, 1 down. Wildcats and the Rams, the open stance for the lefty hitting Garcia as Pfaffenberger deals the 0-1. That one's going to be away. And the count evens up at 1 apiece. Ontiveros playing pretty deep out and left and actually taking some practice swings of his own. He is shading over towards the alley in left center. They move Mayberry around a little bit too. And the 1-1 pitch as Garcia takes a mighty swing but comes up with nothing but air. Strike 2. So it'll be a 1-2 strike count. Micah Pondo waits on deck. Pfaffenberger, a pretty quick worker. And timeout asked for by Garcia and granted. Just as I say that, he decides to slow things way down. The announcer's curse works that way. So Garcia will step back in as Luscombe will flash the signs. And the 1-2 pitch swung on and getting just a piece of that one to stay alive. Garcia goes after a high fastball and manages to just tick it off. And so the count remains 1-2 strikes. Lovington just keep battling. And the 1-2 pitch on the way, and that one is going to be swung on. That'll be a hard shot, and it will grind its way through between first and second as Tellez gives charge but can't get to it quick enough. Diaz has to come in and field it, so it'll be a 1-out single on the ground to right for Garcia. And now it'll be Micah Pondo to the plate. Micah hit by a pitch back in the first, was left stranded at second. We're all tied at 3 apiece. And now Lovington going to try and keep the line moving. Garcia leads off at first. Price will hold him on. Pfaffenberger deals to Pondo, up and away, ball 1. And the 1 ball, no strike count. Coach Cruz down in the box at third. That's Coach Weiser over at first. I do believe Coach Ariel will be back for game 2. It's timeout asked for by Pondo, and it will be granted. I just wanted to step out and reassess things for a minute. So Pfaffenberger from the stretch, sets at the belt, checks the runner, and the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that one will be hit hard, but foul right down the third baseline. That one has got doubled written all over it, but it goes just foul before it gets to the bag, and the count will even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So it'll be a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Of course, next week it'll be playoff time. And the 1-1 pitch swung on, and getting a piece of that one and fouling it off, and fouled it off the leg. And that never feels good. Not a whole lot of padding down there around the ankle. So Pondo going to try and hop it off and walk it off and take a deep breath as the ump asks him, "You all right?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm good. I'm good, Blue." He's going to have a bruise tomorrow, I would bet, but not feeling it right now. So it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Pfaffenberger will check on Garcia at first, comes to the plate. Off-speed pitch, just misses outside. And the count evens up at 2-2. A lot of folks are bringing these little personal portable shelters. I like these. I'm going to have to look into one of those before state tournament. And the wind and the 2-2 pitch, and that one going to sail away and get away from Luscombe, and it'll bounce off of the retaining wall and on the wild pitch. Garcia will move down to second. And it runs the count full to Pondo. Just a case of Pfaffenberger overthrowing a little bit. So now a man in scoring position, 1 down, tie score. And the pitch from Pfaffenberger swung on, and that's a comebacker right up the middle. Pfaffenberger gets a glove on it, but nothing he can do with it. Garcia gets waved around third. He is coming home. The throw in from Mayberry, not anywhere close to in time. Now a snap throw down to second. Not going to be in time, and Pondo with the RBI single right back up the middle cashes in Garcia. And the Wildcats will take a 4-3 lead. Pondo moves to second on the throw to the plate, and now it'll be Jonathan Aceves to the plate. Jonathan struck out his last time up, so he's going to be looking to move the runner around and do something here in this bottom half of the second. Lovington has taken the 4-3 lead. First pitch to Aceves. That one's right back up the middle and over the head of Pfaffenberger. And that will wave one home as Pondo comes in, as Mayberry will come up with it and toss it in. But it's back-to-back RBI singles for the Wildcats as Pondo comes around, and Lovington now up 5-3. So Jaden Hernandez to the plate. He had a sac grounder, RBI in the first. And so it'll be Hernandez to the plate. New righty catcher for the Wildcats will step in. Aceves stands over at first. Price going to hold him on. Pfaffenberger will deal, and Hernandez watches that ball as it will bounce off the retaining wall and right back into the hands of Luscombe. But the wild pitch will let Aceves move down to second base. So man in scoring position, ball 1 to Hernandez. Waiting on deck is Nick Pata. And the pitch, and that one is going to be up and away, ball 2, as Pfaffenberger struggling mightily here in the second as Luscombe will come out. He wants to have a word with his lefty twirler. A very quick word there. Might have been as easy as, hey, throw strikes, or trust your fielders, or trust your arm. Catchers can say a lot of things like that. There might have been something wholly inappropriate. You never know, although I doubt that. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one will come inside, ball 3. So now a 3-ball, no strike count. Lovington up in this one by a score of 5-3 now, as they have gotten the line moving again in the second after leading the bases loaded in the first. And the 3-0 pitch, and take sign on. And Jaden will take strike 1. So the 3-1 count. Hernandez just gets ready to go. Pfaffenberger checks the runner, and the 3-1 pitch swung on, and that one is heading to the parking lot. And will run the count full to Hernandez. Hernandez worked the full count his last time up, so this is the second time he's seen him full. Sixth full count offered up by Pfaffenberger. He's having to burn a lot of pitches. And the payoff pitch comes in, swung on, and that one is heading out of play over to the left side and probably towards the street. So Hernandez fights off a pretty good pitch and will stay alive. So the full count in middle infield, Gutierrez and Tellez. Shading towards the bag at second to keep Aceves over there. Keep him honest. Outfield deep as Aceves is going to go on first movement, and the pitch swung on, and that one will get away from the catcher as Jaden heads down. And the throw, that one is going to sail, and Jaden going to be safe. Aceves comes to the plate, and it'll be a run for the Wildcats. So Hernandez strikes out, but on a wild pitch and then an error. So then an E2, Lovington will have another run across. Courtesy runner comes in for the catcher. As trotting in, that'll be Jaden Gutierrez for Jaden Hernandez. I should be used to that by now, Jaden for Jaden. And it'll be Nick Pata to the plate. So runner at first. There's Gutierrez on to courtesy run. Lovington has taken this to a 6-3 ball game, now doubling up on Portales. And Coach Tella is going to come over and argue his case about something over for the Portales coach. I think he's saying, well, it was dropped, but there was a man on, so he shouldn't have gotten it. And the ump says, nope, run counts. Runner's on. Head back to your dugout, coach. So an error on Portales leads to a Lovington run and a Lovington runner, or both. And now Nick Pata to the plate. Pata hit by the pitch last time. He'll take the first pitch, and that one will go between third and short into the outfield. Ontiveros will get to it, but it will be a single as that'll move Gutierrez to second. Pata with the single, and now it'll be Ryan Weiser to the plate. Ryan, a strikeout victim his last time up, but the Cats have batted around just one out. And here comes Coach Tellez, and I have a feeling that might do it for Pfaffenberger, as the lefty is probably done for the afternoon. We'll have to see who they replace him with. His pitch count's gotten way up there, and Lovington seems to have gotten him figured out. But he's not signaling for anybody to come in. I guess Coach Tellez just telling him what he's seeing, what he needs to do there. Yeah, I know he wants to get some distance out of Pfaffenberger in these 3-game series with the pitch limits and other things makes it a pretty tough one. So Coach Tella is going to leave Pfaffenberger out there to face Weiser. Ryan 0 for 1, a strikeout victim to end the first. So he'll step in with Parra at first, Gutierrez at second, running for Hernandez. And so now Weiser to the plate, 2 on, 1 out. 5 runs across for the Cats here in the bottom of the second. Pfaffenberger will deal, and the first pitch will be off the outside corner. It'll be ball 1. Gets away from Luscombe, but he keeps it at least in the neighborhood, right underneath him. Ball 1 to Ryan at the plate. Jaden gets a good lead off a second. Pretty good lead off a first for Parra. Nobody really holding him on. And the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that one is high in the air, but it'll twist foul in the wind. And off of a tree. Ding dong, you couldn't have planned that one any better if you'd have tried it. And it evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Tellez over at second to keep Gutierrez close. And the 1-1 pitch, Gutierrez goes. He is on the horse, and the throw down, it'll bounce in. And so the stolen base for Gutierrez, and it'll let Parra move to second, was strike 2 at the plate to Weiser. So it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. But now runners at second and third. Wait a minute, what was the call there? That was only strike 2. Oh, okay, so I thought the first pitch was a ball. It was actually a strike. So 2 down now. Weiser will go down swinging, and now it'll be Ethan Gonzalez back to the plate. 2 down now, and the first pitch, and that one will be on the inside corner. Strike 1 to Gonzalez. He led the inning off with a single to right and then scored. 5 runs across for the Cats. And the 0-1 pitch, and that one is going to be high. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Pfaffenberger back to just the normal delivery. He always keeps it at a bit of an angle from the normal wind. And the 1-1 pitch and the pitcher-on-pitcher duel. That one is in the dirt. And it rolls up the line as Luscombe has trouble finding it. Gonzalez going to come in and under the tag. Did he make it? I thought he made it in, and he will. He will slide in as Gutierrez will come in and slide under the tag after completely losing it. Was Luscombe coming over, and Pfaffenberger sees it and will toss it over, but not in time. Pretty good play at the plate, but Gutierrez slides in under it, and Lovington will plate another run. And it's a 2 ball, 1 strike count. 7-3 now. Lovington up by 4. 2-1. The count to Gonzalez, 2 down. And now Pata at third. Cats trying to keep tacking on with 2 outs. And the 2-1 pitch inside, and ding-dong, is Gonzalez going to get hit. That's the 3rd hit batter for Pfaffenberger. And so now that'll bring Cameron Ochoa to the plate. Cameron, an infield single his last time up, scored a base, stole a base and scored earlier this inning as Danny McMullen will come in to run for Gonzalez. As a nightmare inning for Pfaffenberger continues. Not just for Pfaffenberger, but really for the whole Portales squad. As Lovington is doing the damage. So stepping in the number 9 hitter, Ochoa. 3 for his last 4 in the first pitch. He will wave at one that is low and away for strike 1. So an 0 ball, 1 strike count. 11th hitter of the inning to come to the plate for the Cats. Wildcats at the corners. And the runner goes, and they will get McMullen, try and get him in the rundown, and they'll actually throw that one away. And so McMullen will really force the run in. So Pata will come in. McMullen goes to second, and it is now 8-3 in favor of the Wildcats. There will be a throwing error that allowed the score to happen. So the E3, 3rd error of the ball game for Portales, and now Lovington is up by a score of 8-3. And the pitch, and that one is upstairs to Ochoa, and the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1-1 count, McMullen stands at second. Lovington has scored 7 this inning. McMullen getting a huge lead off at second. As Pfaffenberger deals the 1-1, and that one is going to get away from Luscombe. It'll bounce back, and he bounces off the end of his glove. He plays that carom off the wall pretty good, but it will be ball 2 as Gonzalez moves down to third. So now another potential run just 90 feet away as Pfaffenberger continues his struggles on the hill. Salinas waits on deck, and the pitch, and that one swung on and popped up and out of play up over the press box. And the count evens up to Cam and 2 balls, 2 strikes. So the 2 ball, 2 strike count. Got to protect the plate time. Salinas waits on deck if Ochoa can find a way on. As Pfaffenberger shakes a couple off, now has what he wants, and the 2-2 pitch swung on, and just a little defensive, swing. It's going to be bobbled by Faust at third, and that will score a run. The E5 will get another run home, and the Wildcats continue to move. 9-3 now the score. Cesar Salinas to the plate. Ochoa reaches on the error. As if Pfaffenberger kind of looks to heaven and just thinking, what do I got to do here? So now Salinas will step in, and he'll take the first pitch up and away, ball 1. Salinas a sacrifice RBI flyout earlier this inning. And the runner at first is Ochoa. And a pickoff attempt, and back in safely is Ochoa under the tag of Price. A 1-0 count at the plate. And the wind and the pitch, and that one is going to be high in the air, and the wind going to carry that one well out into the park. And leaving the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 8 runs across this inning for the Wildcats. As the lead off of first, and the 1-1 pitch, and that one will be away for ball number 2. So the 2 ball, 1 strike count. Cats and the Rams here on a cold, breezy April afternoon, and pickoff attempt, and back in safely once again is Ochoa. Ochoa at third, or rather at first. He'd like to be at third, but he's just at first. Salinas at the plate. Going to kind of keep the line moving. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That'll be a grounder. Tellez will gobble it up. He will bobble it. He will come over to first, though, as he gets to it in time. So Salinas going to be out 4-3 for out number 3. But the Cats do the damage they need to do as they put 8 runs across in the second. They lead this one 9-3. More Wildcat baseball in a moment on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
For the Wildcats in the bottom of the second, they get 8 runs on 6 hits as Portales commits 2 errors. 1 runner is left stranded, and so we will head to the third inning. Lovington 9, Portales 3. Portales has the heart of their order. 3, 4, and 5 due up. Pfaffenberger, Price, and Swift due up. So 3, 4, and 5 as they will try and claw their way back into the. So Pfaffenberger to the plate. He had an RBI single to right his last time up. As the lefty pitcher going to look to start getting some of the disastrous hitting back. Still on the hill, Ethan Gonzalez. He takes a long look into Hernandez, has the sign, and the wind and the first pitch, and that one is going to sail away for ball 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count just underway, top of the third. Lovington up 9-3. Here in the next to final game of the regular season, the 1-0 pitch, and that one going to be just high for ball 2. Not a bad pitch there from Gonzalez. Lovington saw Pfaffenberger like to swing at some high ones yesterday. Something tells me he worked on that overnight. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one is going to be low and away for ball 3. So the 3 ball, no strike count. Down by 6 runs. I would be willing to bet you that the take sign is not on here if Pfaffenberger sees something that he can handle. So taking the long look in. Hernandez sets up over the middle and the 3-0 pitch, and that one is going to be low and away for ball 4. So Pfaffenberger works the 4-pitch walk. And that'll bring Traven Price, the cleanup hitter, to the plate. Price popped, or rather flew it out to Acevas in left his last time up, so he is 0 for 1. We'll have a courtesy runner check into the ball game. That will be Williams. So Williams on to run for Pfaffenberger. As the courtesy runner, Parra hold Williams on over there. As the lefty Price into the box. From the stretch, Gonzalez checks the runner and comes to the plate and takes a little bit off of that one, and it is in there, called strike 1. So a 0 ball, 1 strike count. Nobody out in Portales going to try and get the line moving here and there, half of the third. Lovington with the 6-run lead. Gonzalez checks and goes. Runner goes. Throw down from Hernandez. And on the wrong side of the plate. And getting the stolen base is Williams. If that throw is even 2 more feet towards the bag at second, that is an out instead of a stolen base. But now, runner in scoring position for the Rams. And it's a 1-1 count at the plate to the cleanup hitter Price. Get though Fernandez just a little bit on the third base side of things. As Gonzalez checks the runner. Now comes with the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that one is heading to the street behind us for strike two. So the 1 ball, 2 strike count. A few folks starting to filter in on this chilly afternoon. This chilly Friday. Sun kind of feeling like it might want to break out for a few minutes. We'd like to see it. I wouldn't mind it. It's lightened up just a little bit. As Gonzalez takes his time, and the 1-2 pitch, and that one is going to be away. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-ball, 2 strike count. Williams on running for Pfaffenberger, who reached on the walk. Then he stole second. Big lead over there is Garcia. Going to at least shade over that direction. Gonzalez will look back. And now he'll step off, and he will throw back, and that one is going to hit the runner, who's back safely. On a kickball where you hit the runner the ground. So the count remains 2-2. A 9-3 lead for Lovington, but Portales can try and scratch back into this one. Hernandez down, flashing the signs. Gonzalez is ready, checks his runner at second. That's Williams, and another pickoff. Well, fakes the pickoff throw. And they're going to play scramble ball to try and get Williams going. He doesn't bite on it. Always worth trying occasionally. I'm trying the Chinese fire drill. Are you allowed to say that anymore? Probably not. So a 2-ball, 2 strike count. Runner at second. 2-2 count to Price at the plate. Long look, and the pitch swung on, and that one is going to be popped up over on the left side. It gets up in the wind and into foul territory. Weiser comes over, and Ryan will make the grab for out number 1. So the pop out to the third baseman, and there is one down, and now it'll be Noah Swift to the plate. Swift had a sacrifice RBI grounder back in the first. He was out number 2 in that inning. So Swift will tap the plate, and the Portales DH will step in 1 on, 1 out. As Gonzalez again takes the long look in. Checks the runner back at second. Checks him again, and timeout going to be asked for by Swift. One thing about Lovington's pitching is a lot of times they are pretty quick when there's nobody on, but they tend to slow way down when a runner goes on. Not a criticism, just an observation. Has the first pitch to Swift, and that one will be just high and outside for ball 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Top of the third inning, Lovington up by 6, 9-3. Portales scored 3 in the top of the first. Lovington got 1 back and then erupted for 8 in the bottom of the second. And off, and a throw down and back in safely is Williams. Slides in under the tag of Salinas. They are definitely being respectful of Williams' speed out there on the base paths. You'll get a pretty good lead out there. To about 2.5 steps. Field playing about halfway back. And the 1-0 pitch, and that one is going to be away for ball number 2. Nice job by Hernandez behind the plate to keep it blocked and to keep Williams standing over on the bag at second. So the 2-ball, no strike count, 1 down. Top of the third inning, Lovington up and trying to stay right where they are at. And the 2-0 pitch swung on, and that one is going to be hit high in the air out to shallow right field. The wind carries it over, and getting to it is Pondo. Made a nice adjustment as that one was tailing in the wind. So 2 down now, and a good strong throw in for Micah. Will keep Williams over at second. And so now that'll bring Elijah Tellez to the plate. Tellez reached on an error, was left stranded in the first. Tellez, the second baseman, comes in with 1 on and 2 out. Williams again, another big lead off over at second. With 2 outs, don't think you worry as much about him. Still going to worry about him, just not quite as much. And the first pitch to Tellez, that one is up and in for ball 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. 2 down here in the top of the third, a 6-run Lovington lead. As Ethan looks in, gets the sign he wants from Hernandez, shakes a couple off. Now he's ready to go. We'll set high, and then when he starts his delivery, we'll keep it high in the curveball, and that one just missing inside, ball 2. Pretty good sweep on that one, coming from around 10 to about 4 or 5 on the break. So with 2 ball, no strike count. 2 down, the number 6 hitter Tellez. And the pitch, and that one fastball inside and low, ball 3. Tellez a very patient hitter. He was 2 for 3 yesterday. Also hit by a pitch and then grounded out. So now a 3 ball, no strike count. Got to think he's probably got the green light if he wants it. And the 3-0 pitch, and nope, he will watch strike 1. So a 3 ball and 1 strike count. Tellez, the number 6 hitter. Williams leads off over at second again. Salinas shades over just to keep him honest as Gonzalez checks, and the 3-1 pitch on the way, and that one is up and away, ball 4. Second walk of the inning issued by Gonzalez, and that'll bring Zane Mayberry to the plate.
Zane Mayberry.
Now Mayberry had a single to shallow left his last time up. Stole a base and was left stranded back in the first. He is 1 for 1. So now 2 on, 2 out. As Hernandez sets up on the outside, Gonzalez ready to go, deals to Mayberry, and that one is going to be just off the outside corner and a little high for ball 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count, of course, coming up about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. We'll have game 2. Final game of the regular season in the 1-0 pitch, and that one comes on the inside corner. Great pitch from Ethan, evens the count at 1-1. And really what I think is going to happen, the nightcap tonight will be the final game of the season for one of them. I think the other one will probably sneak into the playoffs, and the 1-1 pitch swung on. That one is heading to the parking lot. Please don't hit the White Highlander. And it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. So 1-2 the count. 2 down, Mayberry is the hitter. Tellez at first. Williams running for Pfaffenberger at second. As Mayberry settles back in. The sun is trying to break out now. Starting to wonder if we'd see it at all today. As Gonzalez will kick and fire. That one will be high. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2 ball, 2 strike count, 9-3. Lovington in the lead here in the top of the third. Mayberry could find a way on. Luscombe waits on deck. Lovington does not want to get there. As Gonzalez deals 2-2, swung on, and that'll be a little looper. As getting to it is Garcia, decides to go the short way, and then will throw it away. That will get a run home, as coming in to score will be Williams. So Williams will score. Tellez will move over to second. Mayberry has the infield single, and then the run will score on a throwing error. And so now that will get Portales back to within 5. 9-4 is the score. I understand what Luis was trying to do there, but sometimes you just got to eat them and say, well, okay, we'll just keep them where they're at and go for it the next time. And so Mayberry stands at first, Tellez at second, and now Luscombe to the plate. He is 0 for 1, a run across for Portales. As Gonzalez will check on the runners, now come to the plate, swung on, and that one's going to be fouled back to the retaining wall, strike 1. So a 0 ball, 1 strike count to the Portales catcher. Mayberry at first with an infield single. Tellez, who walks, stands at second. 1 run across for Portales, but Lovington still leading by 5. 9-4 is the score. Same score as the final yesterday, is Luscombe thinking Gonzalez taking too much time, so he's going to step out and reset. So he will step back in. Big lead off over at first for Mayberry. Nobody holding him on. Parra playing pretty well his normal position. Gonzalez deals the 0-1. Curveball in there. Strike two. Good pitch. So the no ball, 2 strike count. As the Cats going to try and get out of this one without the Rams doing any more damage. Here Gonzalez now is not the time to nibble. As Luscombe settles in, Hernandez sets up outside. Double check on the runner and the 0-2 pitch on the way, and that one is going to be inside. Blocked out nicely by Jaden behind the plate. I think a little bit of a cross up there as he'd set up outside and the ball came in. And it'll run the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. So the 1-2 count to the number 8 hitter for the Rams, their catcher, Alex Luscombe. As Gonzalez ready, and the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a line shot, going to find its way through out into left field. Aceva is going to bobble it. That will get a run home, and so that will score the run. And so Tellez going to come in on the bobble. Mayberry will move to second. Luscombe with the single to left. No RBI there because the run came in on the bobble. So the single to left, and now it'll be Leighton Faust to the plate as Portales has managed to squib a couple onto the board with 2 down. And now it'll be Leighton Faust to the plate, their number 9 hitter. He popped it out to Easter in foul territory back in the second. As Gonzalez going to deal in the first pitch inside corner. Is it in there? Yes, it is. Strike 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Cats and the Rams here from Lovington on a breezy, cool Friday afternoon. And the 0-1 swung on and missed. Took a little bit off of that one. Got Faust out in front and over the top for strike 2. And I say cool, it's just plumb cold. So a no ball, 2 strike count. And the wind and the 0-2 pitch from Gonzalez. Swung on and missed. Ring him up and sit him down. First K of the afternoon for Gonzalez, and it comes at a big time. Portales will put 2 runs across here in their half of the third. We go to the bottom of the third. It's Lovington 9, Portales 5. More Wildcat baseball in a moment on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
For Portales in the top half of the third inning, they get 2 runs on 2 hits. Lovington commits 1 error, and 2 runners are left on base. We go to the bottom of the third. New pitcher on for Portales as Pfaffenberger's afternoon is done, and that will be Miguel Gomez taking over as the pitcher. I don't think Pfaffenberger is going to be out there. We'll have to see for sure when all changes do get made. So Pfaffenberger's day is done as he goes 2 complete, gives up 9 runs in the ball game. And let's see where that error showed up. Yeah, those 9, I believe 7 of them were earned. 7 or 8 of them. I'll have to go back and double check. And so now it'll be the righty Gomez taking over on the hill, trying to put out the fire for Portales. So new pitcher in the game for the Rams. They didn't get the time they wanted out of Pfaffenberger, but that happens sometimes. Yeah, I don't see Pfaffenberger out there anywhere, so So it'll be Gomez taking over on the hill, and it'll be 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Wildcats. That'll be Garcia, Pondo, and Chavez. So 2, 3, and 4. Garcia 1 for 2. Reached via an error in the first, and then singled and scored in the second. So Luis going to step in to lead things off here in the third. Lovington a 4-run lead, 9-5 the score. Double check that. Yep, 9-5. So it's just a 4-run lead. So now the Cats going to try and get something going here. As we have a quick question, looks like, on the lineup from the Lovington coaching staff. So while we've got a moment, I'd like to say a big thank you for watching and listening to Lovington Wildcat Baseball here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel at HobbsAmerica.com. Remember, subscribe to that YouTube channel. Could be worth $100 to you once we hit 1,000 subscribers. So subscribe and, hey, maybe get paid to watch your favorite team. Of course, a big thanks to all those great sponsors that you see on the bottom of your screen there, and also that you hear throughout the game. They make it possible for us to bring you these games absolutely free of charge. It's just the way we do things. We don't charge you to watch your favorite teams and your schools play. A lot of places do. We do not. And we can do that because of those great folks that you see on the bottom of your screen and that you hear the ads for. So whatever questions there happen to be have been resolved now, and it'll be Garcia to the plate to lead things off here in the bottom of the 8th. So let's see what the righty reliever can do for Coach Tellez's Rams. Lovington had hoped to just get the line moving again, and the first pitch from Gomez swung on, and that'll be a hard shot out into right field as Luis doesn't even wait, and that one is going to be bobbled by Diaz. Well, not bobbled enough, so it'll be a leadoff first pitch single for Luis Garcia. And now Micah Pondo to the plate. As Luis not wasting any time at all, he saw that first pitch fastball and took it out there and just ripped it through. So now Micah Pondo to the plate. Micah 1 for 1, hit by a pitch in the first, and an RBI single and scored in the second. Part of that 8-run explosion for the Cats. Luis gets a little bit of a lead at first. Price holds him on over there. Inches out another little bit, and the pitch swung on, and that one is going to be popped up over on the right side. Into the wind, it is up, and it is tailing, and on the run is Diaz, not able to get there. So Pondo just makes it a long strike one. Get it up as high as you did that one. The wind is definitely going to play with it. Line drives and grounders today are pretty much what you want. So no ball, 1 strike count. Garcia at first, Price holding him on. Gomez from the stretch gets the sign from Luscombe, who sets up outside. And a pickoff attempt, and back in easily is Gomez. No tag even attempted by Price over there. As Pondo will settle back into the right side box. Garcia with a little bit of a lead. It will grow as he thinks Gomez is getting ready to go. And the pitch from Gomez, that one's going to be up high. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Bottom of the third inning, Cats lead by 4, 9-5 is the score. In Sport Tallis, next to last game of the regular season. As Gomez takes the long look in from the stretch, sets at the belt, and comes in. Runner goes. That one is going to be in the dirt and going to get away from Luscombe. And Garcia has the stolen base. And a 2 ball, 1 strike count to Pondo at the plate. No Pondo 2-1. Aceves waits on deck. As the Wildcats going to try and get some of those runs back here in their bottom of the third inning. Gomez on in relief. Checks the runner. Tellez will shade over to keep him honest, and the pitch swung on. That one is going to be hit high in the air, and that one is going to go foul out behind the bullpen area for Portales, and even the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-2 count. Pondo trying to just kind of get the timing down on Gomez a little bit. Late on a couple of swings. And Garcia leading off a second. Tellez. Then a couple of feet over there. Gomez with the long look in. Settles at the belt as Tellez trots back over to the normal position. In comes the plate, 2-2 pitch swung on. That one is right back up the middle. That one is going to find a way to bounce its way through as Garcia going to get waved around as Pondo with another RBI single. To his credit is Garcia on the move, and Pondo will cash it in after that one bounces off the mound and out into center field. It is 10-5 in favor of the Wildcats. Now Jonathan Aceves to the plate, as Gomez has given up his first earned run of the ball game. Back-to-back singles for the Wildcats. So Aceves in, he is 1 for 2. Struck out in the first, then had an RBI single and scored himself in the fourth. Now he's going to try and cash in Pondo. I think with a little bit of a lead over at first. Gomez from the stretch. Off the rubber and over to first. Pondo back in safely. Aceves settles back in. Jaden Hernandez waits on deck. Runner at first, one run across for the Cats. They're up by 5. As Gomez takes his time, and the runner goes, and the throw down, that one is going to bounce in, and the bounce gives Pondo time to slide in safely. So the stolen base for Micah Pondo, and it's ball 1 at the plate to Jonathan Aceves. Then now runner in scoring position. Cats trying to manufacture some more runs here. Matter of fact, they'd like to get about 5, 6, 8 more and then just set them up and down quickly. Not sure with the weather you're going to get any quick half innings today. As Gomez, a very deliberate worker with runners on. Pondo was halfway to third and then gets looked back, and that'll be a line shot, find its way through into center field. Micah going to round third. He is heading for home, and that one goes almost all the way to the fence, and Jonathan Aceves has another RBI single to his credit, and the Wildcats have gotten those couple of runs back as they're back up by 6. 11-5 is the score. Nobody out. Jaden Hernandez to the plate. Jaden a sack RBI in the first. Reached via an error and scored in the second. So officially 0 for 1 with a run scored and an RBI. So now he will face Gomez for the first time. 2 runs across for the Wildcats. I think Aceves will probably run. And he will on the first pitch, and the hit and run is on as that one is going to be popped up over on the right side and will get out of play. Wasn't sure that one was going to get out over the netting, but it did. The hit and run on, but fouled off for strike 1. So no ball, 1 strike count. Outfield is moved back a little bit. Wind still gusting left to right and in. Infield going to go to double play depth and hope for something hard on the ground, especially towards Gutierrez at short. So Hernandez with an 0-1 count. Gomez getting his sign from Luscombe. Gomez will check the runner over at first. And the 0-1 pitch as the runner goes again as that one is up and away, and the ball out of the glove of Tellez. Or I think it is an out there. So the slide in and the stolen base for Aceves. And it is ball 1 at the plate to Hernandez. So a 1-1 strike count, man in scoring position. Nobody out, 2 runs across for the Cats here in the third as they look to keep the line moving. Lovington up in this one. 11-5. And the pitch, and that one is going to be away, and that one is going to get away from Luscombe and go back to the screen. And on the wild pitch, Jonathan will move over to third, and it'll be ball 2 at the plate to Hernandez. So 11-5 the score. Gomez on in relief, and so far has struggled just a little bit against the Cat hitters. Tough situation to have to come in early in the ball game, and especially when your team is already down, and try and hold it to a team that bats have gotten hot. So now a runner at third, and the 2-1 pitch to the plate, and that one will be high to Hernandez, and it'll be ball 3. So now a 3-1 strike count. Pata waits on deck as Aceves stands over at third. Now shades over towards the bag, but not really holding him on over there. Gomez not wanting to lose him, and the 3-1 pitch swung on, and that one will be hit off the fist. It'll be a squibber. Tellez will get it deep in the hole at second. He will fire to Price at first, but it'll be another sack grounder RBI for Hernandez, his second RBI of the ball game. He's out 4-3 for out number 1, but it will cash another run in for the Cats. They now lead 12-5. So the base is cleared as Nick Parra will come to the plate. A couple RBIs for Hernandez now as Parra up, was hit by a pitch in the first, singled and scored in the second. So now the base is cleared for Nick, the righty first baseman for the Wildcats. Gomez now with 1 out on the hill for the Rams, and the first pitch, and Nick going to watch that one on the outside corner, called strike 1. The no ball, 1 strike count. Lovington going to try and keep the bats moving. And Weiser waits on deck. Everybody pretty much their normal positions in the field. Outfield fairly deep, especially Diaz and Wright. In the 0-1 pitch, and checking it up, holding it up, and yes, he does. Sometimes in cold like this, that can hurt the hands almost as much as hitting one off the handle. So a 1-ball, 1 strike count. Parra with the open stance. Gomez from just the regular wide looks in and will deal the 1-1 pitch, and that one right down the pipe, strike 2. Parra may not see a better pitch than that to hit all day. And it's a 1-ball, 2 strike count. Parra, the number 6 hitter for the Wildcats, 1 down. 3 runs across for Lovington here in this third inning. They lead it 12-5. And the 1-2 pitch, and that one is going to be away, ball 2. And so things even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-2 count. Lovington just wants to keep the line moving. Just 1 down. Just want to find a way on. Again, the sun finally breaking through here. Not going to see temperatures get a whole lot warmer, don't think. And the 2-2 pitch, curveball, or attempted curveball, hangs way up there, and that'll run the count full. So the full count now to Nick Parra. You got to think Gomez going to give him something to handle. Not going to want to lose the number 6 hitter, especially with nobody on and only 1 out. And the Cats being very aggressive on the base paths, and Parra not a slow gentleman. And the payoff pitch swung on and missed as Nick goes, yep, I chased one. So he goes down swinging. That'll be the first strikeout for Gomez. And there are 2 down now for the Wildcats as Ryan Weiser will come to the plate. So Weiser will step to the plate with 2 down and nobody on. Ryan 0 for 2. He struck out both times he's been at the plate today. As my partner in crime, Don Morgan, would say, 0 for 2 and due. As Gomez ready to go, and he'll deal to Ryan, and that one will be away for ball 1. Oh, the 1-ball, no strike count. Weiser will settle back in. Gomez shook a couple off, then got the one he wanted. And the 1-0 pitch, and that one going to be in the dirt, ball 2. The 2-ball, no strike count. Weiser can find a way on. It'll be Ethan Gonzalez waiting on deck. So quickly, a 2-ball, no strike count. Gomez a little more deliberate than the Portales pitching we have seen thus far. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one is going to be away and gets away from Luscombe. Nobody on, no harm, no foul in this case. But it is a 3-0 count now to the number 7 hitter Weiser for the Wildcats. Again, Ethan Gonzalez waits on deck. Cats with the 12-5 lead, up by 7 here in the bottom of the third inning. So a 3-0 count as Gomez will deal, and that one is up and away, ball 4, as Weiser will work the 2-out walk. So now to be Ethan Gonzalez to the plate. Gonzalez 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the second, and also in the second was hit by a pitch and then scored on an error. So the pitcher going to try and keep something going with 2 out here. The speedy Weiser stands over at first. as Gonzalez will step in. And now he's going to step out, thinking Gomez taking a little bit long. Gomez from the stretch. As Luscombe will deliver the signs, and Weiser goes. And the throw down, that one is going to be good. And yep, that got him as Weiser going to be burned down. Trying to steal, so he'll be out 2-4 on the attempted steal. And that will end the third inning, but the Cats cash 3 more in. We head to the fourth. It is Lovington 12, Portales 5. More Wildcat baseball in a moment.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
The Wildcats play 3 in the bottom of the third. 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and nobody left on. As we head to the top of the fourth, Lovington leading this one by a score of 12-5. I'm TJ Miracle flying solo this afternoon. Great to have you with us. Don Morgan on assignment with the Hobbs Lady Eagles playing Carlsbad today from Hobbs. And the Hobbs boys also playing today against Carlsbad in Carlsbad. And so Portales, it'll be 1, 2, and 3. It'll be Andrew Ontiveros, Caden Gutierrez, and I'm thinking maybe Carson Pfaffenberger going to stay in. Well, they've got a DH. They may have to do some interesting movement there. So Ontiveros will lead it off, and he'll take the first pitch and chop at it. Foul it off for strike 1. So it may be Pfaffenberger, it may be Gomez. We'll have to wait and see who waits in the hole. So a no ball, 1 strike count. Ontiveros, the leadoff hitter, leading it off. And he'll take the second pitch, and a good pitch. Taking something off of that one was Gonzalez. Getting Ontiveros out in front, and it'll quickly be a no ball, 2 strike count. So Hernandez flashes out the signs. Gonzalez ready, and Ethan will deal to the plate. The curveball ding-dong, and that is going to hit Ontiveros for the second time in the ball game. So second hit batter, and they have both been Ontiveros. Ontiveros scored last time he got hit. You hope that doesn't happen again. And so now it'll be Caden Gutierrez to the plate. He singled to left in the first, then flew out to center in the second. So he is 1 for 2. As Hernandez goes out and has a quick word with Gonzalez, I think just to keep it all in perspective. Of course, Ontiveros is going to be a stolen base threat. I just worry about the guy that is at the plate. It will be Gomez on deck. Oh, the wind and the pitch swung on, and that one is going to be popped up. Going to be just behind the infield as Salinas goes over, and Pondo calls him off and will make the grab. That was the right call there, as that one was blowing around in the wind. Pondo had a better read on it coming up. So it'll be a fly out to right, and there is 1 down, and that one didn't get deep enough for Ontiveros to tag up and move along. So there is 1 down now. So now to be Miguel Gomez to the plate. So Gomez on in relief of Pfaffenberger. Will come in and hit for himself. It'll be Gomez's first at bat. Runner at first is Ontiveros. Gonzalez checks the runner, comes to the plate, swung on. That'll be a hard shot. Comes to Weiser. He bobbles it at third, comes to second, and that one is going to bounce and get away from Salinas, but fortunately backing it up was Pondo. And so Gomez will reach on the fielder's choice. Ontiveros will move over on the we'll call it the E5. So an error on the Wildcats. their third of the ball game, and now there is runners at first and second for Portales. So now it'll be Traven Price to the plate, the lefty first baseman. We will have a courtesy runner come in for Gomez. That's Williams. So Williams going to run for Gomez just like he did for Vavenberger. As now to be Traven Price to the plate. He is 0 for 2, a couple of pop-outs for the lefty first baseman. Ontiveros at second. Williams at first, and the first pitch, and off speed, swung on and missed, strike one. So the swing and the miss, it's an 0-1 count. Ontiveros at second. Williams running at first. Garcia shades over a little bit towards the bag to keep Ontiveros at least in the neighborhood. And the 0-1 pitch, fastball outside corner in there, called strike two. Good pitch to the Portales cleanup hitter. So a bit of a jam here early, but Cats leading by 7. They're going to try and get out of this with no damage done and see if they can do some more damage in the bottom of the fourth. And the 0-2 pitch swung on, and that is a line shot. Going to get over the head of Garcia, and then misplayed by Pondo. That is going to get a run home as Ontiveros will plate it in on an E9. As Williams moves to second, Traven Price with the single to right. And that'll make it a 12-6 ball game. As now it'll be the DH Noah Swift to the plate. So a couple of errors this inning have bit the Wildcats squarely in the behind. But you're still up by 6, but you want to keep it right there. So now it'll be Noah Swift to the plate. RBI sacrifice in the first, flew out in the third. Now 2 on, 1 out. As Gonzalez comes to the plate, swung on, and that one's heading to the parking lot, strike one. Oh, no ball, 1 strike count. Ochoa playing about halfway back and shading slightly over towards left. Pondo playing about halfway back and really in the hole between first and second. Oh, it's a no ball, 1 strike count. As Gonzalez checks, deals, swung on, and that one is in the air and foul out of play on the right side. Little work going on out in the Portales bullpen. So Swift now down, no balls, 2 strikes, trying to catch the number of who they got warming up, preparing to warm up down there. So we may have seen the end of Gomez, but maybe not. Price at first, Williams at second, running for Gomez, and an 0-2 count at the plate to Swift. And the pitch, and that one is going to be just off the outside corner. And it'll be a 1 ball, 2 strike count. So 1-2 the count, 12-6 the score. The Wildcat Bats have come to play here in game 1, but 5 errors against the Cats have not really helped them in the field. And the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot, and Weiser in and out of his glove, and that'll go all the way out into left field. Aceves going to get it and fire it in, but not before the run scores. Now going over to third, and Hernandez just going to eat it and hold on to it. And so Swift will reach on an E5, another error. Williams will score, and Price will go all the way to third. And now it is a 12-7 ball game. So 3 errors this inning, uncharacteristically for the Wildcats. And now it'll be Elijah Tellez to the plate. Tellez reached via an error in the first and walked and scored in the third. We're going to have a quick timeout. I think they want to discuss something. I think they're, I don't know what they're talking about, but they have. We're going to have a change as Patrick Sanchez going to head out to left field. So Sanchez goes to left, and Weiser going to head to the bench, and they're going to move Aceves into third. So a couple errors this inning for Ryan Weiser, and Coach Cruz deciding, let's just get him ready for the next game. 5-run lead for the Wildcats, but 3 errors have cost them 2 runs. So neither one of those runs will go on the tally of Gonzalez, but it does keep Portales in the ball game. So you got Pata, Salinas, Garcia, and now Aceves first to third. Sanchez, Ochoa, Pondo left to right. Gonzalez still on the hill. Hernandez is the catcher still. So now new third baseman. Aceves will come in. 2 runs across here for Portales in the top of the fourth. They're going to try and keep the line moving. Rams on the corners, and the first pitch is inside to Tellez, ball 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Lovington going to try and get out of this as quickly as they can, get back into the dugout, see if they can get some of these runs back. Taking his time, now he's ready to go. Is Gonzalez. And the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that one is going to be popped up on the infield. Getting rid of the helmet is the catcher Hernandez and finds it and grabs it. So Tellez gets under it and pops it out. Nice job by Hernandez. So 2 down now for the Rams here in the top of the fourth inning, and it'll be Zane Mayberry to the plate. Mayberry 2 for 2. Singled to left in the first. Had an infield single in the third. And now 2 on, 2 out. 2 already across for Portales. They're going to try and add to it. Hernandez steps out in front of the plate, flashing some signals, making sure everybody knows what to do here. So Mayberry, the 7-hitter. As Gonzalez will check the runner at first. Not much of a lead in the first pitch. Swung on and missed. And it'll be strike 1. That one tailing away from the righty center fielder the whole way, so a no-ball, 1 strike count. Gonzalez checks first, checks third, and the 0-1 pitch swung on. That'll be a slow roller. As Garcia gets to it, we'll flip it over to Salinas. Plenty of time to get Swift coming over. 4-3, or rather 6-4. There we go for out number 3. Portales puts a couple more runs up, though. We head to the bottom of the fourth. It's Lovington 12, Portales 7. More Wildcat baseball in a moment on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
Lovington Schools proudly supports their athletic teams and wants to encourage all teachers, students, and staff to keep pressing on. Wildcats, you are winners on and off of the court. Lovington Municipal Schools are proud of holding the utmost and highest standards. Go out there and be proud to be part of the Big Blue. For more information on what is happening now at Lovington Schools, log on to lovingtonschools.net and bet you won't be disappointed. Go Big Blue. 3 claps and a woo!
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called SmartHub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the SmartHub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the SmartHub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with SmartHub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
And welcome back to Lovington Wildcat Baseball. I'm TJ Miracle. Great to have you along on this windy, chilly Friday afternoon. For Portales in the top of the fifth, 2 runs on 2 hits. Lovington commits 3 errors, and there are 2 runners left on base. So we head to the bottom of the fourth. It'll be Ethan Gonzalez, Cameron Ochoa, and Cesar Salinas. 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Cats. Gonzalez is 1 for 2, reached on there and scored, then singled as well. So Gonzalez will step in to lead things off here in the bottom of the fourth. So the righty pitcher going to face off on Gomez. He was actually at the plate when man was caught stealing. So Gomez will deal fastball outside corner, strike 1. So we are underway, bottom of the fourth inning, a 5-run Lovington lead. Game 1 of this doubleheader. And extremely important for both squads. As Gomez looks to Luscombe and the 0-1 pitch, and that one swung on, and that'll be a line shot, and into the glove of a leaping Faust at third. I thought that one was going to sail over his head, and he had mistimed it a little bit, but he leaps up and gets the liner, and so Gonzalez hits it hard, but right into the grasp of Faust, and there is 1 down. And that'll be Cameron Ochoa to the plate. Ochoa 1 for 2. singled in the second, scored. Also reached via an error in the second, and was left stranded. So 1 out as Gomez will deal, and the fastball is away for ball number 1. Oh, the 1 ball, no strike count. Cats up by 5. Gomez takes a long look in. And the 1-0 pitch, and that one going to be in the dirt, ball 2. The 2-0 count now to Ochoa. Salinas waits on deck. Of course, the Wildcats, if they win this ball game, you've got to think would get the nod into the playoffs. If they win both of them, definitely will. Of course, we'll probably have a long road trip for that 3-game series next week, but all you need is a chip and a chair. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one going to be in the dirt, ball 3 to Ochoa. So Ochoa was in a bit of a slump, but seems to have come out the other side of it now. He has found a lot of ways on base and has been a big contributor. So now let's see if the take sign is on as Gomez will deal the 3-0, and that one in the dirt, ball 4. So Ochoa will work the 1-out walk. And that'll be Cesar Salinas to the plate. Salinas walked and scored in the first. Had a sacrifice fly and an RBI, and then grounded out in the third, or rather in the second. So Salinas to the plate. Runner at first is Ochoa. Gomez from the stretch gets the sign from Luscombe, and he'll deal as the runner goes. Picking it up off the dirt is Luscombe. Still a pretty good throw down. Gutierrez will get it, but it'll be a stolen base for Ochoa. So the stolen base for Cameron. And it is ball 1 at the plate to Salinas. No, the 1 ball, no strike count. Lovington going to try and get those runs that they gave up in the 4th back. As Gomez will deal, and that one going to be in the dirt, ball 2. If you're the Cat hitters here, make him throw you strikes. No, a 2 ball, no strike count. Ochoa stands at second after he stole the bag. Salinas going to step out. Now he's going to go back in. So Gomez on in relief. 1 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Lovington up by 5. They'd like to add to that. As the 2-0 pitch swung on, and that one going to be fouled off. As Salinas got on top of it and drove it down into the ground, and then it came up over and almost rolled into his hoodie. There were 2 ball, 1 strike count. Luscombe will flash the signs. He'll set up on the outside. And the 2-1 pitch, and that one will float outside, ball 3. So the 3-1 count. Garcia waits on deck, then Pondo for the Wildcats. So Salinas going to be looking for something to drive here. And the pitch, runner goes, and that one is high, and the throw down to third, and got him. Yep. Ochoa is going to be out 2-5 for out number 2. Salinas gets the walk. But there are 2 down now and a runner at first. So Luscombe has thrown out a couple of would-be base stealers today. And now Luis Garcia will step in with 2 out and 1 on instead of 2 out and Cats at first and second. So Garcia, 2 for 3, reached on an error, and he's had a couple of singles. So the lefty shortstop will prepare the open stance. Throw over. Salinas dives back into first. Of course, coming up about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, we will have game number 2 of the doubleheader. And the final game of the regular season. And the pitch, and that one is going to be popped up over on the left side and into shallow left center field. And coming over and misfiring on it is Ontiveros, and that will score a run. So it'll be an RBI single for Garcia. Just the blooper as Salinas will come all the way around, and Lovington will get one of those runs back. They go up 13-7. That'll be Micah Pondo to the plate. 2 for 2, but he has reached all 3 plate appearances. Was hit by a pitch in the first. Singled in the second, singled in the third. So he'd like to keep that going. So now Gomez looks over at Garcia. Garcia goes first movement. Luscombe trying to get it out of his glove, drops it. It'll be a stolen base for Garcia. And ball one to Pondo. Oh, 1 ball, no strike count. Pondo at the plate. Cats up in this one and trying to go up even more. They're back up by 6 now, 13-7. So Gomez will check the runner, has his sign, and the 1-0 pitch, and that one's going to be low for ball number 2. So it'll be a 2 ball, no strike count. And Pondo at the plate. Chavez waits on deck. Runner at second is Garcia. Gomez looks back at Luis. And now he comes to the plate, and the pitch swung on. It'll be a chopper as Faust will get it, runs and fires over. And Price has to leap up off the bag, but he will get it. So it'll be 5-3 for out number 3. Lovington caught stealing, so gave up a couple outs. But we head to the 5th as Lovington gets another run. It's the Wildcats 13, the Rams 7. More Wildcat baseball in a moment from the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Attention shoppers. Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington. Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
For the Wildcats, they get 1 run on 1 hit, no errors committed by Portales, and 1 runner left on base. We head to the 5th. It's Lovington 13, Portales 7. I'm TJ Miracle. Great to have you along here from Wildcat Park today. For Portales, it'll be 8, 9, and 1 due up here in this 5th inning. That's Luscombe, Faust, and then Ontiveros. So, of course, after the conclusion of the nightcap tonight, we'll be talking, I have a feeling, a lot about the playoffs. So Alex Luscombe will step in. Lovington can hang on to this one. You got to feel at least okay about their chances of getting in on Sunday. They can win both of them. You feel really good about it. We'll talk more about that. We're not going to put the cart before the horse. So the first pitch to Luscombe from Gonzalez is going to be high for ball 1. So a 1 ball, no strike count. Underway, top 5. Lovington leading by 6. And the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that one is going to be fouled off the ankle. Never feels good. And it evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. So the 1-1 count as the sun has broken through. Still pretty breezy, but nice to see the sun instead of the blowing dirt. Although we could probably still see some more of that too. And the 1-1 pitch, and that one is going to be up and away for ball number 2. A 2 ball, 1 strike count. Cats would love to get a quick inning. Other than the second, they have not really had one. Same goes for Portales, and the pitch swung on, and that one is going to be hammered foul over on the left side. And the count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Both of these teams have scored in every half inning except for Portales in the top of the second. So Luscombe will settle back in. Count evened up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gonzalez looks in. Hernandez sets up outside, and the 2-2 pitch, and that one's going to be in the dirt, and it will run the count full to Luscombe, leading things off for Portales here in the 5th. As Hernandez asks for a different baseball, gets one. And we'll toss that out to Ethan on the mound. Ochoa playing relatively shallow and a couple of steps over towards left field. Pondo playing pretty much between first and second, and that'll be a line shot going to find its way through into left as Patrick Sanchez will get to it and fire it in, but it'll be a leadoff single for the catcher Luscombe.
23, Dylan Saunders.
That'll be Dylan Saunders on as a pinch hitter. So Saunders on to pinch hit for Faust, and we will have a meeting at the mound. Well, Luscombe over at first. I think we may have a Curtis. Well, no, Luscombe still standing over at first. So the meeting at the mound is Gonzalez has pitched a whale of a game, but he has had a lot of traffic on the base paths. 13 runners on, now 14 for Portales over the course of the afternoon, and half of them have scored. And so Ethan going to stay out on the hill. Coach is coming out to try and make sure this one doesn't become one of those breakaway innings. And that'll be a lefty back up with Saunders, so his first at bat of the afternoon. So Saunders will settle into the left side box, runner at first. Luscombe running for himself. And the wind and the pitch, and that one is going to be right down the pipe. Strike one to Saunders, pinch hitting. So the no ball, one strike count. Testing to see if Saunders will stay in at third. I bet he does. So an 0-1 count. Not much of a lead for Luscombe over at first. Pata holds him on, and the pitch swung on and missed. As Ethan going to run the fastball by Saunders and take him to 0-2. Now let's see if he continues to attack. Nobody out, one on. Lovington up by 6. But Portales' game and the 0-2 pitch, and that one going to be just low for ball one. Pretty close pitch there. I'm not sure how Saunders held off of that one. At least from our vantage point, it looked pretty good. So a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Might have been just a little low, a little outside. As Gonzalez checks, and the plate swung on and missed. Bring him up and sit him down. Second K of the ball game for Gonzalez, and there is one down for Portales. So we turn it over back to the top of the lineup as Andrew Ontiveros to the plate. Ontiveros hit by a pitch and scored in the first, popped out in the second, reached via an error and scored on an error in the fourth. And so Ontiveros will step in. He is 0 for 2 with a couple of runs scored, and the first pitch to Ontiveros is going to be high from Gonzalez, ball one. And the 1-ball, no strike count. Gutierrez waits on deck for the Rams. Lovington going to try and make sure that it is a goose egg up on the board if they can this half inning. And the pitch swung on, and that one will be chopped foul to the Lovington dugout. And the count evens up at 1-1 to Ontiveros. As the catcher Luscombe trots back over to first, my guess is if he's still standing over there with 2 outs, they will put a pinch runner in for him. If he's still out anywhere on the base paths with 2 outs. So with 2-ball, 2-strike count, Ontiveros is the hitter. Hernandez flashes the signs. Gonzalez has what he wants. And the 1-1 pitch on the way, and that one is going to be up and in for ball number 2. So the 2-ball, 1-strike count. Ball gets away from Ethan. Then he gets it quickly, and Luscombe will stay standing over at first. As Pata will hold on Luscombe over there. Not much of a lead for the Portales catcher. As the 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. Aceves handles it at short, goes to second, and then over to first. Not in time to get the speedy Ontiveros, but they will get Luscombe 5-4 for out number 2, and Ontiveros will be on with the fielder's choice. So 2 down is now Caden Gutierrez to the plate. He is 1 for 3 in the ball game. Singled and scored in the first, flew out in the second, flew out in the fourth. Gutierrez, the shortstop, now with 2 outs. And you just trade the runner at first. It's now Ontiveros. He is a threat to go. Gonzalez will check him as Pata holds him on, and the first pitch, and that one right down the heart of the plate. Strike one. Good pitch to Gutierrez. And it's a no-ball, 1-strike count. So the Cats trying to work around a leadoff single. And the 0-1 pitch swung on, and that'll be a slow roller, almost going to act just like a bunt. Nope, they're going to say that it actually hit Gutierrez first before it rolled up the third baseline. And so it's a no-ball, 2-strike count, almost a swinging bunt, but he hit himself first. So it winds up being strike two. Gutierrez is going to come over, talk to Coach Tellez. Going to give him a second to try and kind of walk that one off. Yeah, it can be a bit painful when that happens. I've seen that a couple of times for players on both squads this afternoon here in the first game. But you want to make sure that everything's okay. Make sure the base is good. So a no-ball, 2-strike count. Ontiveros stands over at first as Gutierrez back in. Gonzalez from the stretch has the sign, and he'll deal the 0-2 pitch, and that one is going to sweep away, ball one. So the 1-ball, 2-strike count. As the sun out and the clouds lifting and the shadows starting to creep across the field. So a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Hernandez set up. Gonzalez ready, and the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that one will be chopped foul and hard down the third baseline and out to left field. But it will be foul, so we'll redo it again at 1 and 2. As we tick towards 7 o'clock in this one. This game actually got underway a little bit early. But when you have 20 runs on the board, these things tend to take a little time. They're checking the runner. Checking again now. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a line shot. Going to find its way through between third and short. Sanchez will get it and get it in. It is a 2-out single for Gutierrez. His second single of the ballgame. Ontiveros moves to second. Gutierrez now at first. And it'll be Gomez to the plate. So Gomez reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 4th inning. So the righty pitcher on in relief of the starter Pfaffenberger will have his second at bat. No, 0 for 1 with a run scored officially. Though Williams actually scored the run running for him. So Gonzalez going to try and lock things down here with 2 outs. He looks back, now comes forward, and that one going to be high for ball one. 1-ball, no strike count. Of course, next weekend be the opening round of the playoffs. Be the home site round. And timeout asked for by Gomez. Of course, the Lovington Lady Cats will be securely in. Should have a home game next Friday or Saturday. We'll have that game for you. If the Wildcats can get an invite, we'll have that 3-game series for you too in the 1-0 in the dirt, ball 2. Got to hold on and win this game to feel okay about it. You sweep them both, you feel pretty good about it, about getting in. Of course, may have to go to Grants or St. Pius or somewhere else in the Albuquerque area, but you get to play. That's the important thing. As Gomez will check off on the runners, 2 down, and a 2-0 count at the plate to Gomez. That one is going to bounce in front of the plate. Jaden will get to it quickly, and everybody going to advance on the wild pitch. And it will be ball 3 to Gomez. So a 3-0 count to Gomez. 2 outs. I would imagine he'll have the take sign on. Not 100% on that, but. And the 3-0 pitch, and he will have the take sign, and it's on the inside corner, strike 1. So now it's a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Ontiveros at third, Gutierrez at second. 2 down, more pressure pitching from Gonzalez. He's had a lot of traffic out on the base paths today, and the 3-1 pitch swung on. That one is lifted high in the air to deep left field as going back to the wall is Sanchez, and at the track makes the grab as Gomez gives it a ride. but comes up short, and Portales threatens but comes up empty in the top of the fifth. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Lovington 13, Portales 7. More Wildcat baseball in a moment on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
In the top of the fifth, Portales, no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and they leave 2 runners out on the base paths. So we head to the bottom of the fifth. It's Lovington 13, Portales 7. I'm TJ Miracle, due up for the Wildcats. It'll be 4, 5, and 6, Aceves, Hernandez, and Pata, as the Cats going to look to get one step closer to getting back to the playoffs for the first time in quite a few years. I'd have to go back and look to see exactly how many, but it has been a while.
Jonathan Aceves.
So Aceves to the plate. He is 2 for 3. Couple of singles, couple of RBIs, couple of runs scored. So Jonathan, starting pitcher in yesterday's ball game, didn't get the win, but the big 7th inning got him off the hook for the loss. So now he's going to look to start a big 5th inning for the Wildcats, as they'd like to add to this if they could. No, Jonathan will step in. Gomez still on the hill for the Rams. And you've still got, looks like they put Faust back in over at third. I'm not sure they could do that, but okay. And so it'll be Aceves to the plate to lead things off as Gomez with the big kick, and the first pitch swung on, and that one is going to be a line shot out to deep left field, going back, and that one is off the wall. Jonathan rounds first. He is heading towards second as Ontiveros will get it and toss it in, and a good cutoff and a good throw from Gutierrez, but it'll be a leadoff double for Aceves. He gave that one a ride on a rope out to left field. So now Jaden Hernandez to the plate. Jaden, a couple of sack RBIs, has also reached on an error and scored in this one. So Aceves going to come back and, just handing off the hardware. So now it'll be Hernandez to the plate. The runner in scoring position. Gomez on the hill. Oscom will set up on the outside. Gomez will check and come to the plate, and that one will be up and in, ball 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. Wildcats can get the sticks going here. A 1-0 count. Again, Gomez checks, now comes to the plate, and that one is going to be low and in the dirt. And it'll be a 2 ball, no strike count as Luscombe blocks it out, and that'll keep Aceves over at second. Nick Pata waits on deck. I believe we'd have Patrick Sanchez after that. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one is going to be up and away, ball 3. So a 3 ball, no strike count. So Hernandez at the plate, gonna have the take sign on here. Outfield, Ontiveros still only playing about halfway back. Out and left, everybody else fairly deep. And a pickoff attempt. Is that one going to sail? And it is going to get away from the second baseman, Tellez. Aceves heads to third, and he will dive in under the tag over there and will be safe. So when E1 will give up the base to Aceves. Actually, now you've got Luscombe playing over at third. I'll have to check and see who they've got behind the plate. So that'll be Swift who takes over behind the plate. Thank you. And it's a 3-0 count to Hernandez. And the pitch, and Jaden going to watch that one on the inside corner. Strike one, take sign on. So a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Runner at third for the Wildcats. Up by 6 in this one. And you never say no to runs. And the 3-1 pitch swung on, and that'll be a hard shot on the ground. Going to get past Gutierrez. That will cash in Aceves as Hernandez rounds second. He is heading to third as that one rounded first, heading to second. A little wishful thinking on my part, but it'll be an RBI double as that one goes all the way to the wall. And that will put Lovington up 14-7 in this one. So turn it over to Nick Parra now. Parra 1 for 2, was hit by a pitch in the first. Singled and scored in the second, and then struck out in the third. So 1 for 2 officially. So runner at second is actually going to be, I believe that's Mullen out there. Nope, that's Gutierrez out running. That's Gutierrez running for Hernandez. And now Nick Pata to the plate. Gomez going to look back at Gutierrez. And now come to the plate in the first pitch, and that one is going to be low for ball number 1. As Swift will block that out. So a 1-ball, no strike count. Wildcats up by 7 runs and trying to tack onto it here in the 5th. Patrick Sanchez waits on deck in the pitch. That one in the dirt. Swift blocks it out, keeps it in front of him. Gets it with the chest protector and bumps it back out in front of the plate. It will be ball 2. So Sanchez waits on deck. Came in as a defensive replacement. So he's looking for his first at bat of the evening. With 2-ball, no strike count to Pata at the plate. Gutierrez running for Hernandez at second, and the pitch swung on, and that one is heading foul to the right side. Strike 1. So a 2-ball, 1-strike count, of course, coming up about a half hour after the conclusion of this one. We will have game 2 of this district ending and regular season ending doubleheader. So the Cats trying to make sure they get their ticket punched on Sunday. As Gomez will deal the 2-1, and that one is going to be in the dirt and inside. Ball 3. So a 3-1 count to the Wildcat first baseman. Montella's over, holding the man at second. Gomez will check him. And the 3-1, and that one is going to be away. Ball 4. And so Pata will work the walk.
15,
and so now Patrick Sanchez to the plate. So Patrick's first at bat. Well, the Metallica, I like his walk-up music. So Patrick on as a defensive replacement. As a meeting at the mound between Gomez and Swift. And now one of Portales' coaches is going to come out and talk about things too. So this all started with a leadoff double by Jonathan Aceves. And then Jaden Hernandez doubled him in. And so you've got Gutierrez running for Hernandez, standing at second. Nick Pata works the walk. As we've got a long meeting at the mound going on out there. So Gomez and a catcher Swift, and now Tellez, the second baseman, going to come in and get involved in this too. And actually, I think they're going to put Tellez in to pitch as Gomez is coming off of the hill. So Gomez will go to second, and Tellez will come in to pitch. So the third pitcher of the afternoon will come on for the Portales Rams. So with the pitching change, we'll be back. This is Wildcat Baseball.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now Owl Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now Owl Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now Owl Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now Owl Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
And welcome back to Wildcat Baseball here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com. And so on in relief will be the former second baseman, Elijah Tellez, now pitching. This will be his second appearance in the series. He came on in the seventh yesterday and put out the Lovington Fire, but not before the Wildcats scored 6. So he's going to try and do the same to him here today as they try and get this to a sixth inning. Nobody out, 2 on, 1 run across. And Lovington up by 7. So now it'll be Patrick Sanchez to step in with Pata at first. Gutierrez running for Hernandez at second. So Swift going to come out and have another word with Tellez after they talked for quite a while on the pitching change. I'm not sure when all they could still be discussing, but whatever works. Ethan Gonzalez waits on deck, then Cameron Ochoa as the Wildcats trying to put paid to the Rams here in game 1 of this doubleheader. So Sanchez will step in. Swift, the catcher, set up on the outside as Tellez first pitch, and that one will be in the dirt. Ball number 1. Tellez not the most conventional arm out there, just the way he winds and kind of throws the ball, but it is effective. It comes in heavy. So the 1-0 pitch, and that one is going to be on the outside corner. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1, Patrick Sanchez. First hitter that Tellez has seen. And for Patrick, Tellez is the first pitcher he's seen today. And a pickoff attempt and back in safely, and that one is going to get away from Gomez in at second. As on the horse is Gutierrez heading into third. So Gutierrez will move around to third on a throwing error for Portales. So now you got Cats at the corners and nobody out in a 1-1 count at the plate. A 1-1 to Sanchez. Pata over at first, gets a pretty big lead as Price holds him on, and he'll spin around and throw it back over there, and back in just safely was Pata. Got him leaning the wrong way as Tellez faked the throw to third and then spun around and fired it over to first. Pata managing to get back in. We'll have a pinch runner come in for Pata. And that'll be Aiden Taylor coming in to run. So Taylor with good speed. And so now it'll be Sanchez to the plate. Back in at a 1 ball, 1 strike count. As the brain's slowly freezing here. And the 1-1 pitch, and that one is going to be up and away, ball 2. If you're in Lovington, make these Portales pitchers work. They've still got another game to play. So do we, but in the 2-1 pitch as Taylor goes as the pitch swung on and missed. But that'll take a double play off, a conventional one at any means. So a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Still nobody down. Taylor at first, or rather at second. Gutierrez running for Hernandez at third. In a 2-2 count at the plate. Sanchez going to watch that one up and away, ball 3. And we'll work the count full against Tellez. Ethan Gonzalez waits on deck. As Tellez taking his time, gets the sign from Swift and the payoff pitch, and that one's away, ball 4. And so it'll be Sanchez working the walk. So that'll load him up full of Wildcats. as Ethan Gonzalez to the plate.
Ethan Gonzalez.
Gonzalez singled in the second and scored. Reaching an error and scored in the third, and then lined out hard in the fourth. Of course, that was a different third baseman, as now Luscombe's gone over to third. So the base is full of Cats, nobody out, and Gonzalez at the plate. Tellez will kick and fire, and the first pitch is going to be high for ball number one. Here the Cats make him work. Make sure it's a good pitch before you even think about offering it. Make sure he's throwing you strikes. Walks as good as a hit here, gets a run in. As Tellez looks in the 1-0 pitch, and that one is going to be on the outside corner, letter high. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1-1 count. 14-7 the score. Lovington in the lead, and the 1-1 pitch swung on and missed as Gonzalez takes a rip at a pretty good fastball. It'll run the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ochoa waits on deck, then you turn it over to Salinas. Infield is going to be playing in. They don't want to concede the run. And the 1-2 pitch swung on in. That one going to be poked out of play on the right side. Of course, when they do that, if you can get it on the ground and hit it pretty hard, you're going to get 2 runs home. Infield not playing deep enough for no doubles. So the count stays at 1-2. To Gonzalez at the plate. Tellez sets away from the body, and the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be the chopper that finds its way through between first and second. That'll get 1 run home. That'll get 2 runs home, and it'll be a 2 RBI single, and then the ball going to be thrown away, and that'll end it. As coming in on the throwing error will be Sanchez, and the Cats have won this ball game by a final score of 17-7. Ethan Gonzalez with the 2 RBI single. And then it'll be an error on the throw. Will bring it in, and that will do it, as that should be 17-7. And the Wildcats will have the victory, and that will do it. As Lovington victorious, they score the runs they need. Everybody comes in. 17-7 the final. And that will put Lovington now at 3-5 in district, 11-14 overall. Whew, that was something. 1, 2, 3, 4 runs across on 1, 2, 3 hits. 1 error committed by Portales and 1 runner left on. So 17 runs, 13 hits, 6 errors for Lovington, 6 runners left on for Portales. They get 7 runs on 9 hits. They commit 5 errors, make that 6 errors, and they are going to leave 8 on base. So game 1 is in the books. The Cats victorious, 17-7. We'll be back in just about 25-30 minutes for game number 2, as Wildcat Baseball will continue here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lovington Wildcat Baseball here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com. Final game of the regular season getting ready to get underway as the Cats win Game 1 of this doubleheader by a final of 17-7 on a chilly Friday night. I'm TJ Miracle. So leading it off for Portales as we get game number 2 underway. Peyton Williams will lead it off. He'll be followed by Caden Gutierrez, then Noah Swift. Edel Lagarda bats fourth. Alex Luscombe bats in the 5 slot. Miguel Gomez batting 6th. Dallas Lozano 7th. Devin Diaz batting 8th. And Leighton Faust is batting 9th. So here we go as leading it off will be Williams. And the first pitch, and he will take that one up and into the lights for strike number 1. We got the lineups very, very late as Cesar Salinas will be the pitcher. So Salinas on the hill here in the final game of the regular season. Hernandez down behind the plate, and the 0-1 pitch swung on, and that one is going to be popped up over on the left side and coming over and making the grab from third base. A good run, a good catch, and one away now.
Up to bat number 3, Caden Gutierrez.
As I'm trying to read my own handwriting here. As that'll be Aceves over there. I just wrote that down wrong. So one down for Portales here in the top of the first in game number 2. And the first pitch to Gutierrez, and he'll take a big rip and come up empty. That will be strike 1. We'll set the defense for you here momentarily as Salinas will deal, and that one will be low. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch, and that one will be low, ball number 2. So you've got Pata, Gonzalez, Garcia, and Aceves around the infield. Salinas, of course, and Hernandez are your battery. And the 2-1 pitch on the way, and that one is going to be high for ball number 3. So a 3-ball, 1 strike count to Caden Gutierrez, the number 2 hitter for the visiting Rams. And the 3-1 delivery on the way swung on, and that one will be chopped foul down the first baseline. And so that will run the count full to the number 2 hitter in the lineup, Gutierrez. Coach Tellez making quite a few changes to his lineup for game number 2. We'll get it all set for you here in just a few minutes. So a 3-ball, 2 strike count, and the line from Salinas and the payoff pitch swung on and missed. Ring him up and sit him down. And 2 up, 2 down for the Rams here in their half of the first inning.
Up to bat number 11, Noah Swift.
So now it will be Swift to the plate, the catcher here in game 2 for Portales. And the first pitch to Swift swung on, and that one will be shot back up through the middle and into center field. So Swift with a 2-out single up the middle, so he will stand at first.
Up to bat number 27.
So now that'll bring Lagarda to the plate, the cleanup hitter here in game number 2. I think we will have a courtesy runner check into the ball game as I am hurriedly trying to catch my book up. Again, Salinas and Hernandez, they are your battery. Pata, Gonzalez, Garcia, Aceves, first to third, and the first pitch will be outside. Ball number 1 to Lagarda. Outfield left to right, Sanchez, Ochoa, and Pondo. So Lagarda on to play first here in game number 2. As Sanchez will come set, checks the runner and deals, and that one is going to come inside. Almost gets away from Hernandez. It does, but he'll stay with it, and that will keep the runner over at first. So a 2-ball, no strike count, just underway, top of the first inning. Final game of the regular season. Cats going to, of course, try and do what they can, and that one is going to be in there, called strike 2. We'll get the bug fixed, and it'll be a 1-ball, 2 strike count. As Salinas bends over at the waist, takes the long look in. He'll check on the runner at first and come to the plate, and that one is going to be low, gets away from Hernandez. And taking off and heading over to second, Swift on running for himself will be in at second. So again, it's a 2-2 count now to Lagarda, runner in scoring position, but 2 down. Salinas on the hill getting the start for the Wildcats. So he'll take his time, look in, and the 2-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a little line shot. Going to get over the head of Gonzalez at second as Pondo will get it and relay it in, but back-to-back 2-out singles for the Portales Rams, and now there are Rams at the corners as Swift will head over to third. So now it'll bring Alex Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe playing third in this one. He finished up playing third in the last game. And that's where he gets the start in this one. So Rams at the corners, 2 down. Bit of a jam here for Lovington as Salinas will deal. Swung on. That one is right back up the middle. That'll be an RBI single for the Rams as getting to it and getting it in is Ochoa, but it will cash in Swift. And so 3 consecutive singles. And Portales will draw first blood here in game number 2. So now it'll be Miguel Gomez to the plate. Gomez came on as a relief pitcher in the first game. But he'll step in with 2 out and 2 on. And Portales going to try and get their line moving and do some 2-out damage in the first pitch. A big breaking ball is in there, called strike 1. Oh, 1 ball, no balls, 1 strike count. Gonna blame it on being partially frozen over here. So a no ball, 1 strike count. Garda at second, Luscombe at first, and the pitch. That one will sail away. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Alan Hobbs, America.com. Portales gets 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and they leave 2 runners stranded on base. Leading off for the Wildcats, it'll be Salinas. It'll be followed by Garcia, then Pondo. Aceves bats 4th, Hernandez batting 5th, Pata 6th, Gonzalez 7th, Patrick Sanchez in the 8th slot, and Cameron Ochoa batting 9th. So for your Portales Rams, it'll be Faust. He is your pitcher here in the final game of the season. Swift is the catcher. Lagarda, Gomez, Gutierrez, Luscombe, the infield first to third. Lozano, Diaz, and Williams in the outfield from left to right. So it'll be Faust to take on the Wildcats. So he will get the start. The righty is ready to go, and he will deal to Salinas, and the first pitch is right down the pipe, and a called strike 1. So a no ball, 1 strike count, bottom of the first inning. Portales leading this one 1-0. Everybody pretty well straight away in the 0-1 pitch, and took something off of that one. A little excuse me swing. Rolls to Gomez at second. He will fire to Lagarda at first. A high throw almost sailed on him, but goes in anyway. It'll be 4-3. It'll be Luis Garcia to the plate. So Lovington winning game 1, 17-7. And of course, they've still got a lot to play for as they want to get the series sweep here and try and improve playoff positioning. I think after beating Portales last night and in the first game tonight, they're probably going to be in. Question is where, and the pitch to Garcia, and he will shoot that one. It'll be a bouncing ball, and it takes a funny ricochet off of Gutierrez, and so I think you got to call that one a single just because it took the funny bounce, and they will. So it will be the single, the infield single for Luis Garcia, and now Micah Pondo to the plate. Lovington can win this game. They could be anywhere from 13 to 16, depending on how other things are going tonight. We going anywhere from Grants to Belen to Albuquerque to Roswell. So now Pondo will settle in as Faust from the stretch kicks and fires. Swung on, and that'll be a hard shot that's going to find its way through out into left field, and a 1-out single. So back-to-back singles for the Wildcats as that one goes right up the third baseline. And so Garcia at second, Pondo at first, and now Jonathan Aceves to the plate. So 2 on, 1 out. Lovington going to try and get that 1 run that they gave up back. And a good way to do it is with Jonathan. Jonathan getting the start at third here in this second game. As Faust from the stretch takes the long look in at Swift. Continues to look in. Now he'll check the runners and come to the plate. And the first pitch is going to be low and gets in the dirt. Gets away from Swift. Good throw, strong throw down to third, but not going to be in time. And so the steal for Garcia. Pondo will move over to second, but that was a whale of a throw from Swift and a pretty good tag put on by Luscombe. Getting in under the tag, though, Luis. Did a nice job sliding in. So now runners at second and third. And a 1-ball, no strike count to Aceves at the plate. So the 1-0 count. Faust on the hill, the righty. From the stretch, checks the runners and will deal the 1-0, and that one's going to be away. Swift will get it in the back of the glove on the backhand, ball number 2. So a 2-ball, no strike count. Portales leading 1-0. Bottom of the first inning, but the Cats are threatening. So Faust will take the long look in. Swift flashes the signs. And the 2-0 delivery, and that one is going to be away. Ball 3. Whoa, light strike call, so it'll be a 2-ball, 1-strike count. So 2-1 the count. Lovington trying to finish up district on a winning streak here. And the 2-1 pitch swung on, and that one is into the parking lot. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Wildcat cleanup hitter. Runner at third is Garcia. Runner at second is Pondo. As Aceves back in. Chokes up on the bat just a little bit. So Swift will set up on the outside. And the 2-2 pitch from Faust swung on. That one is lifted high in the air to deep center field. That is going back. And on the run, making the grab is Diaz, but tagging up and coming home will be Luis Garcia. And so it'll be a sac fly RBI to center for Aceves, and we are tied at 1 apiece. So 2 down now as Jaden Hernandez will come to the plate. Pondo still standing over at second. As Jaden Hernandez will step up with a tie ball game. 1-1 the score. Hopefully next week's games won't be quite so nippy. In the pitch to Hernandez, and takes a big rip at a fastball, and it'll be strike 1. So the 0-ball, 1-strike count. Of course, if you're Lovington, you want to win this game too, just to solidify that playoff position. And the wind in the 0-1 pitch, and that one is going to come inside, and it is going to be a called strike 2. Late break on that one from Faust. And it's a 0-ball, 2-strike count. So 0-2 the count, 1-1 score. As Hernandez waves the bat over his head, Faust checks the runner at second. And the 0-2 pitch, and that one's away. Gets away from Swift, goes all the way back to the retaining wall and bounces past him. So Pondo will move down on the wild pitch. And so now the go-ahead run just 90 feet away. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count at the plate to Hernandez. So still a lot on the line for the Cats here in this final game of the regular season. Anything you can do to improve your playoff positioning, you'll do it. And the 1-2 pitch swung on, check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. And so that'll be strike 3 on the check swing. And Hernandez will go down on strikes. First strike out of the ball game for Faust. But the Wildcats put a run on the board. We head to the second, all tied at 1. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called SmartHub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the SmartHub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the SmartHub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with SmartHub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
Attention shoppers. Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
Back here at Wildcat Park, Lovington gets 1 run on 2 hits. No errors committed by Portales, and 1 runner is left on base. So we head to the second, all tied at 1. Great to have you with us on a chilly Friday night. I'm TJ Miracle. It'll be 7, 8, and 9 due up for Portales. That is Lozano, Diaz, and Faust, as Cesar Salinas on the hill for your Wildcats. Salinas and Hernandez, that's your battery. Pata, Gonzalez, Garcia, and DeCevez first to third. And it'll be Sanchez, Ochoa, and Pondo in the outfield from left to right. Of course, now for Lovington, you feel okay about Selection Sunday. I mean, some strange things can still happen behind them, but you feel pretty confident that getting these 2 wins, that yesterday and the first one today, you're probably going to get in. And if you can get the sweep, maybe even improve yourself a spot or 2. So Lozano will step in, his first at bat of the series, and the first pitch will be on the outside corner, called strike 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Salinas quickly back to work. Fastball swung on and missed. That'll be strike 2. So quickly ahead of Lozano, no balls and 2 strikes. Lozano did run as a courtesy runner yesterday. I'd seen his first action of this one, and the wind and the 0-2 pitch, and that one is going to be just off the outside corner, and it'll make it a 1 ball, 2 strike count. As Ochoa a couple of steps over towards left, and the 1-2 pitch, curveball, and doesn't break nearly enough, and the count evens up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So the 2-2 count. Salinas a quick worker, and the 2-2 pitch, and that one swung on, and that one is heading foul and out of play on the right side. As the count evens up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It was evened up a minute ago before the foul. So a 2-2 count. Leadoff hitter here in this inning, and swung on and missed, and gets away from Hernandez, but he will slap the tag on Lozano and ring him up, sit him down. That'll be the 3rd K of the ball game for Salinas, and now Devin Diaz to the plate. So Diaz moving over to center in this game. He did play in right in game number 1, but did not hit. So Diaz will step in, his first plate appearance, and he'll take the first pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and that is strike 1. So 1 down here in the top of the second inning, all tied at 1. Lovington and Portales from here in Lovington, as the wind finally dying down a little bit. 0-1 pitch, and that one is going to be low. And the count evens up at 1 apiece. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Coming up Sunday, of course, there'll be Selection Sunday, and the 1-1 pitch, curveball swung on. That'll be a roller on the ground. Garcia gobbles it up, takes 2 hops, fires it across to Pata in plenty of time. 6-3, and there are 2 down now here in this top of the second. So now Leighton Faust will step to the plate. The pitcher for the Rams here in the second game, going to be looking to help his own cause out a little bit. And it was with 2 outs that all the damage got done last inning. So Portales would like to replicate that here in the second. Of course, Salinas and the Cats would like to keep that from happening. And the first pitch to the pitcher, Faust, is outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strike count. Again, Salinas is a very quick worker when there is nobody on, and the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that'll be a hard shot. Going to find its way through right down the line into left field. Faust is rounding first, takes the big round, but getting to it fast and getting it back in is Sanchez. But it is a 2-out single for Leighton Faust right down the line, and that'll turn things over to Peyton Williams. Williams popped it out to Aceves to lead things off back in the first, so he is 0 for 1. So 0 for 1 is Williams, and he'll take the first pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. And it is strike 1, so a no ball, 1 strike count. As they leave Faust on to run for himself, about a half-step lead over there. Pata holds him on, And the 0-1 pitch curveball, and that one is in there. Yes, sir. Strike 2. Nasty pitch there from Salinas, and it's a no-ball, 2-strike count. Of course, the Cats looking to go back to the playoffs for the first time since 2016. It has been a while, and the 0-2 pitch, and that one is going to be in the dirt. Blocked out nicely by Hernandez. Keeps Faust over at first. And it will be ball 1. Of course, the Cats last winning a state title back in 06. But have not been to the playoffs since 2016, so it has been a while. Pardon me. And the 1-2 pitch, and that one is going to be just off the outside corner. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-2 count. Still a pretty fair crowd on hand. And the 2-2 pitch, curveball, swung on and missed. Ring him up and sit him down. 4th K of the ball game for Cesar Salinas. And we go to the bottom of the second, still knotted at 1. Wildcat Baseball continues in a moment on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
For Portales in the top of the second inning, they get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and they leave 1 runner stranded. We go to the bottom of the second, all tied up at 1 for Lovington. It'll be 6, 7, and 8. That is Pana Gonzalez and Sanchez due up. So Faust still on the hill for the Portales Rams. As Portales, with a lot of different guys out in the field that did not see any time yesterday and very little today. You've got to think maybe that losing the first game ended up their hope for a playoff spot. And yeah, going to be very difficult, I think, for them to get in, but getting some players some time in, and it's a good thing for Coach Tellez. Class move there as Nick Pata will step in, and he will face off against Faust to lead things off for the Wildcats. And the first pitch is inside, and that'll hit him. Hits him kind of in the hip and kind of hobbles on down to first. So Pata hit by the pitch, and that'll put a man on as now Ethan Gonzalez to the plate. Ethan getting the win in game number 1 on the hill. And so he will step in. Now going to try and help Salinas. So we'll run her on, nobody out. And the pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. That'll find its way through between third and short, going out into left field. And Gonzalez takes the first pitch and puts it out into left. So runners at first and second. So now Patrick Sanchez to the plate. So Patrick will step in. Came in as a defensive replacement in that first game. Had 1 at bat in the 10-run Lovington win. And now Lovington threatens here in the second. It was the second that was their big inning in game 1. I'd like to replicate in game 2. And the pitch swung on. That one is going to be popped up over on the right side. Lagarda is running over, but that one is going to just clear the fencing over there and go into the row of personal protective shelters over there for strike 1. Yes, and I think those are a good idea. And I wonder if they make one that's big enough to put radio equipment in, too. Yeah, way to stay out of the wind, maybe stay a little bit warmer. I like the idea. Especially so I don't charcoal my legs again this year, probably. So a no ball, 1 strike count, 2 on. We are in the bottom of the second inning, all tied at 1, but Lovington threatening. As Faust looks into Swift, has what he wants, and the 0-1 pitch, and that one is going to be low for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike count. Leading off of first is Gonzalez. Parra with pretty good lead off of second. And a 1-1 count at the plate to Sanchez. Faust will deal to Patrick, and he will take a cut at a pretty good fastball. And it'll be a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Just want to get on and let the guys behind you do their job. So a 1 ball, 2 strike count. As Faust will deliver, swung on, and that one is going to be popped up over on the right side. Lagarda gives chase and up against the fence and gets out of play. No, Patrick will fight one off and stay alive at 1-2. It started off, Parra hit by the very first pitch he saw. And then Gonzalez with a single out to left. And he is at first. So Gonzalez at first, Parra at second. Patrick Sanchez at the plate with a 1-2 count. And a little bit over at first is Lagarda. As Faust will check on his runners and the 1-2 pitch. That one going to be in the dirt. Gets away from Swift. And that'll move everybody around as Pata moves over to third. Gonzalez to second. And the count evens up on Sanchez at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Damon Ochoa waits on deck. Then it'd be Cesar Salinas. So Lovington trying to cash in some runs here. Break the tie here in the second. Faust from the stretch. A little more deliberate than a lot of Portales pitchers. And the 2-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot on the ground. It's going to be bobbled by Gutierrez, and he'll fire across to first, but not in time. And that is going to score Pata, so it'll be an infield RBI single for Sanchez. And that will give Lovington the 2-1 lead. So now it'll be Cameron Ochoa to the plate. Gonzalez had to stay at second, but that's okay. Sanchez is on with the infield single, and now Cameron Ochoa to the plate. So Ochoa steps in, 2 on, nobody out. Lovington has taken the 2-1 lead here in the bottom of the second. As Faust will look at his runners. Ochoa shows bunt, pulls it back, and that one sails outside, ball 1. Swift doing a pretty good job of corralling it to keep Gonzalez at second, Sanchez at first. And the 1 ball, no strike count. Ochoa, the neutral stance. Faust looks back to second. And the 1-0 on the way as Ochoa lunges at a pitch and misses it. And it gets away from Swift. And so everybody will move around as Gonzalez to third, Sanchez to second. Count evens up at 1-1. So lunged at it and didn't get the foul tip even. And I think Faust came over to ask about that, and the ump said nope, he didn't get it. So now more runs in scoring position for the Wildcats. Still nobody out. And it's a 1-1 count to Ochoa at the plate. Unless you want to try a squeeze here, and I don't think you do. You just let Ochoa swing away and the 1-1 pitch, and that one will be high, ball 2. So it'll be a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Outfield playing fairly deep, pretty much straight up, straight away. Infield pretty much their normal position as Faust sets at the letters, and then the 2-1, and that one is going to be low, ball 3. So the 3 ball, 1 strike count. Salinas waits on deck, then Garcia in the hole. As the Cats have taken the 2-1 lead, and they'd like to just keep expanding that. Get a little more confidence going into Selection Sunday. And the 3-1 pitch, and that one is going to bounce off of the plate and gets away from Swift. And with the bounce, Gonzalez is going to come in and score. Swift will get it and fire it back to Faust.
Number 5, Cesar Salinas.
So Gonzalez will score on the wild pitch. Sanchez will move to third, and Ochoa gets the walk. And it's an SSR Salinas to the plate. Lovington with the 3-1 lead over Portales. Salinas grounded out to second to lead the game off. So now Cats at the corners. As the Rams trying to find it out here in the second. Middle infield goes to double play depth. Runner goes, and the pitch in the dirt. Swift blocks it out, and the speedy Ochoa goes to second base. So now runners at second and third. Nobody out. And 2 runs already across this inning for the Wildcats. And the 1-0 pitch on the way, up high, ball number 2. So a 2-ball, no strike count. Salinas at the plate. Again, 0 for 1 in this ball game. I think Lovington would probably like to do a little turning and burning here. If they could, see if they could get another 5-inning ball game out of it. The 2-0 pitch, and that's in the dirt, ball 3. Swift, nice job blocking it, keeping it in front of him to keep Sanchez standing over at third. Ochoa at second. Walked and then took second. Infield single for Patrick. RBI infield single. Now he stands at third. It's a 3-0 count to Salinas at the plate. He's going to show bunt this time and pull it back, and that one will be away for ball 4, and that one going to bounce on the plate and will get away once again from Swift, and another wild pitch will plate another run for the Wildcats. And so Salinas with the walk. And then on kind of a lackadaisical throw back to Faust, Salinas says, all right, nobody's paying attention. I'll just go on and go down to second. So now 4-1 our score. Ochoa at third, Salinas at second, and now Garcia. Garcia with an infield single, his first time up, as McMullen will check in as the courtesy runner for Salinas. So McMullen, 2-run for Salinas. The Portales coach going to come out and have a quick word with his battery while we've got a moment. Thank you for watching and listening to Lovington Sports here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com. It tells me we'll have a best-of-3 series next Friday and Saturday to be determined by the NMAA on Sunday. Of course, we'll have the Lady Cats for you in the first round of the playoffs. They should be at the friendly confines of Lady Wildcat Field next Friday or Saturday, depending on who they play. So the meeting at the mound is over. As Swift will jog back and hand a fresh baseball to the umpire, and Luis Garcia to the plate. 3 runs across this inning for the Wildcats, 2 on, nobody out. Ochoa at third. McMullen courtesy running at second. Big lead for McMullen at second, and timeout and a balk going to be called on Faust. And so that will cash Ochoa in on the balk. And that will move Salinas, or in the form of McMullen, down to third. And now it is a 5-1 ball game in favor of the Wildcats. So things just not going Portales' way at the moment. Wheels kind of coming off for the Rams, kind of like they did in the second inning of that first game. So Faust will look in, and now he will deal, and that one will be high for ball 1. McMullen halfway down the line at third, scrambles back over. So it's a 1-ball, no strike count. Faust just trying to find the strike zone. Of course, when he has Lovington, has hit him pretty hard. And a pickoff attempt over there as McMullen back in safely. Zluscombe grabs the ball. So I bet we've got probably a 6 or a 7 o'clocker next Friday, and then probably an 11 o'clock Saturday morning next week, I would guess. Of course, we'll know more early next week. And the 1-0 pitch and swung on, and that one is hit high in the air to deep left field as running over into foul ground and diving out, trying to make the catch, not able to do so, but touching it anyway And so staying in play is Lozano, and that will score McMullen from third. And actually that one did fall in. So it'll be an RBI single for Garcia. And now it is 6-1 in favor of the Wildcats, and the umpire is pointing out to the outfield, and I think he's going to say it was a foul ball, but it was touched. It was in play, and it was live. 1-0. So it'll be a 1-1 count now to Luis Garcia. So he doesn't get the RBI, he doesn't get the single, but he does get to keep batting. After the foul, 1-1 and the pitch. And they will put McMullen back over, and he slides in as that one gets airmailed. And so McMullen is going to score on an E2. So now it is 6-1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6-1 the score. So McMullen will score that time. And it's a 2-ball and 1 strike count to Garcia at the plate. So 2-1 the count as Garcia settles back in. Bases are clear. Still nobody out here in this second inning. Luis with the big open stance as Faust will deal, and that one away. Ball 3. Actually 2-2 is what the umpire put up, so all right. So the 2-ball, 2-strike count. And the pitch, and that one swung on and missed. And now it'll be 2-2. Okay. I added a pitch in there somewhere. I apologize. Gonna start learning to do my book in pencil, I guess. And the wind and the 2-2 pitch, and swung on, and that one hit off the fist into shallow center field. That one is going to drop in front of Diaz, and so Garcia takes a 2-2 pitch and will dump it out into center, and that'll be Micah Pondo to the plate. He had an RBI, or not an RBI, but he had a single to left back in the first and was left stranded at third. So Lovington trying to keep the line moving, already leading by 6. It's a 7-1 ball game. As here comes Coach Tellez, and that may do it for Faust. That's not Coach Tellez, that's actually their assistant. And that may do it for Leighton Faust, who pitched really well and pretty efficiently in the first inning, but is having some trouble here in the second. So every single Wildcat has gotten on thus far. It started out with Nick Parra, who was hit by the pitch, then Gonzalez with a single, Sanchez with a single, Ochoa walked, Salinas walked, and then a single for Garcia. And, yep, I think that is going to do it. And we will have a new pitcher check into the ball game for these Portales Rams, as coming in to take over as the new pitcher will be number 10. That is Mayberry. So Mayberry will be the new pitcher for Faust. And so with the pitching change, we'll take a timeout as Wildcat Baseball continues in a moment.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now All Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
And welcome back to Lovington Wildcat Baseball. The Portales pitching change as Leighton Faust is done. His line cannot be closed yet because he is still responsible for Garcia over at first, but he pitches 1+ innings, 1+ inning, singular, and gives up 7 earned runs, and 7 runs on the board, and all of them were earned. And he could wind up with an 8th in the book, depending on what happens with Garcia standing over at first. So the new pitcher will be Zane Mayberry as he comes in to try and put out the fire. Lovington leading in this one by a score of 7-1. Just 6-1. Yeah, it's 6-1. Look at my own scoreboard there. So a 6-1, that's what they've got on our board. That's exactly right. So a 6-1 game as Micah Pondo will step in. He'll be the first to face the righty Mayberry. As Garcia leads off at first, and the first pitch swung on, and that one is going to be blooped into shallow right field. As Pondo bloops it, and that one's going to get away from Williams and do a little rolling as the Cats are going to keep on moving. So Pondo with the single to right, and then on the E9, will move around, and then a bad throw in will score another one as Garcia comes in on another error. So 2 errors puts another run on the board for the Wildcats. Now it's 7-1, and Pondo winds up standing over at third. So now Jonathan Aceves to the plate. He had a sack RBI his first time up. So still nobody out for the Wildcats, and they lead this one 7-1. So Aceves will step in. Going to try and cash in Pondo standing over at third as Mayberry will come sets up around the chin, and will deal. And the first pitch swung on in. That one's heading to the parking lot. Strike one. Oh, no ball, 1 strike count. Aceves at the dish. Jaden Hernandez waits on deck. As now Mayberry in relief on the hill. And the pitch swung on, and that's a hard shot. Going to find its way through into center field past a diving Gutierrez. It'll be an RBI single for Aceves. Shoots it right back up the middle, cashes in Pondo. And now it is an 8-1 ball game as Jaden Hernandez to the plate. Jaden struck out to end the first. Portales still looking for their first out here in this bottom of the second. Though the Cats have batted around. And now it'll be Hernandez to the plate. 1 on, nobody out. As Mayberry comes set and will deal to the Cat catcher, and he will take that one into the air into shallow right field. So it will be a single for Hernandez as the line keeps moving for the Wildcats. Aceves moves to second. And so now it'll be Nick Pata coming back to the plate. Pata was hit by a pitch to lead this inning off. Courtesy runner checking into the ball game. It'll be Aiden Taylor this time to run for Hernandez. So Taylor on to run for Hernandez as Pata back to the plate for the second time this inning. He's 0 for 0, hit by a pitch, and he scored earlier this inning. An 8-1 ball game right now here in the second as the wheels have come off again for Portales in a second inning. So Mayberry comes set and will deal to the plate as Pata shows bunt, pulls it back, and it pops out of the glove of Swift, but stays with him. And so it'll be ball 1. A 1 ball, no strike count. Waiting on deck is Ethan Gonzalez. Ethan takes a couple of practice cuts over there as Nick settles back in with the open stance. Swift set up on the outside, and Mayberry will turn around and fire to second. And that one is going to hit Aceves in the hind quarter. Probably didn't feel real good, but he's safe. So as Portales kind of scrambling around a little right now. A couple errors this inning and a whole lot of runs for Lovington. And a 1 ball, no strike count to Pata at the plate. As Mayberry will set and deal. Pata shows bunt, pulls it back, but it doesn't matter. It's at the top of the zone. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count As back in is Pata. Settling back in, Mayberry on in relief, trying to get an out any way he can. And the 1-1 pitch, curveball, and that one's going to get away from Swift and go all the way back to the wall as everybody will move up on the wild pitch. Aceves goes to third. Hernandez goes to second. Actually, Taylor running for Hernandez goes to second. And it's a 2-1 count to Pata at the plate. For Portales, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You're trying to throw strikes, and Lovington's drilling them. Or you let one fly, and it's getting away from the catcher. Some days you just have those games like that, and right now Portales is having it. And that is a chopper, and Gutierrez is going to get it behind the bag at second. Come up, fire over to first, and it is in time to get him. But it'll be an RBI sacrifice for Parra. He's out 6-3 for out number one, but it will cash in Aceves and make this a 9-1 ball game, and that is the first out for Portales that they've managed to record on Lovington, and it comes on the 10th hitter of the inning. So now Ethan Gonzalez to the plate. Ethan singled and scored earlier this inning. He's 1 for 1. First time he'll face Mayberry, though, in the first pitch, and that one inside. And how did that not hit him? I do not know, but it did not. Ball one. So a 1-ball, no strike count. Good play there made by Gutierrez. He had to go a long way to get to that one on the previous out, and that'll be a hard shot, and that one will find its way through, and it'll be an RBI single for Gonzalez right up the middle,
Number 15,
as that will cash in Taylor. And so now Lovington is up by 9. And so Patrick Sanchez to the plate. Sanchez with the infield RBI single his last time up. So Ethan Gonzalez stands at first, and the line keeps moving for the Wildcats. 1 down, 9 runs across this inning. It is a 10-1 score. As Mayberry will deal curveball high, ball 1. Okay, we don't even need to change the score bug. So the 1-ball, no strike count. As Lovington in command of the nightcap here, and the pitch swung on and missed as Patrick waves at a pretty good fastball there from Mayberry. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So it'll be a 1-ball, 1 strike count. Not much of a lead for Gonzalez over at first. Lagarda holds him on, and the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that one heads out over the right side and to the parking lot. And it'll be a 1-ball, 2 strike count. Patrick Sanchez at the plate. 9 runs across this inning for the Wildcats. I think they're going to keep their foot on the gas until they're at least 10 or 12 up. And the 1-2 pitch, that one going to sail on Mayberry. And even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-ball, 2 strike count. Of course, had the crazy game 1 in this series yesterday. Lovington in command of game 2 and in command of game 3. And that 2-2 pitch is on the outside corner as Sanchez just going to watch it, and he'll go down. That'll be the first strikeout of the ball game for Mayberry. And there is 2 down now for the Wildcats as Cameron Ochoa to the plate. Ochoa walked, stole the base, and then scored on a balk earlier this inning. So he's 0 for 0. Gonzalez stands over at first. As Mayberry ready, comes to the plate, swung on, and that one is going to be popped up into shallow center field. As going over is Gutierrez behind the bag at second, right out on the grass. And he will make the grab for out number 3. But the Wildcats in 13 to the plate and put 9 of them home. We've played 2. It's all Lovington in this one, 10-1. Back in a moment. This is Wildcat Baseball.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety. Caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
For the Wildcats in the second inning, they get 10 runs, or rather 9 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors committed by the Portales Rams, and 1 runner is left on base. As we head to the third, all Lovington in this one, 10-1 is the score. I'm TJ Miracle. Great to have you with us, as it'll be 2, 3, and 4 due up for Portales. It'll be Gutierrez, Swift, and Lagarda.
Number 3, Kaden Gutierrez.
So Gutierrez will step in. Salinas still on the hill for the Wildcats. Now pitching with a 9-run lead. And he'll deal the first one in there, and that is a hard shot. Backhanded by Garcia deep in the hole at short. Fires across the diamond to Parra. Plenty of time. Good strong throw to get the speedy Gutierrez 6-3. And there is 1 gone. That's efficiency. 1 pitch, 1 out. You like that. So now it'll be Noah Swift to the plate. Swift took the first pitch he saw and singled it up the middle last time. And he is the only run that has come in for Portales. So Swift 1 for 1. And the first pitch from Salinas. Curveball swung on and a big rip, but misfiring on it is Swift, and it'll be strike 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Of course, after tonight, the Cats and the Rams both will be waiting on Selection Sunday. I don't think Portales is going to get the nod. I think Lovington will. And the 0-1 pitch swung on, and that one's going to be fouled over into the Lovington dugout. So Swift down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Lovington could go anywhere from 12 to 16. I think probably 14, 15, 16, more realistic. So then it'll depend on where for sure, who's 1, who's 2, who's 3. As the 0-2 pitch on the way swung on, and that one is off of the light standards. And so Swift fighting off a pretty good pitch and staying alive at 0-2. 1 down, top of the third. Lovington up by 9. As the umpire going to ask for a new ball to replace the one that probably got a pretty good chunk taken out of it up on the light standard. As the wind has finally died down here tonight, and the 0-2 pitch, and that one is going to be on the outside corner, called strike 3. Ring him up, set him down, 4th, make that the 5th K of the ball game for Salinas. And there is 2 down for the Rams here in their half of the third. So now it'll be Adel Lagarda to the plate. Lagarda singled to right his last time up, so he's 1 for 1. And so now Salinas will deal to the big righty, and that one will be a chopper on the ground as Garcia going to boot that one. Had to come across for it. Not sure why Aceves didn't handle that one. So Lagarda will reach on the E6. So 1 on, 2 out. And now it'll be Alex Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe had an RBI single up the middle his last time up. So Luscombe 1 for 1, and now a runner at first. Lagarda being held on by Pata, and the curveball swung on, and Aceves does handle that one. Double pump and fire across the diamond. Plenty of time to get Luscombe 5-3 in the scorebook for out number 3. So Portales puts a man on, but can't move him around. We head to the bottom of the third. Lovington 10, Portales 1. More Wildcat baseball in a moment here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Lovington Schools proudly supports their athletic teams and wants to encourage all teachers, students, and staff to keep pressing on. Wildcats, you are winners on and off of the court. Lovington Municipal Schools are proud of holding the utmost and highest standards. Go out there and be proud to be part of the Big Blue. For more information on what is happening now at Lovington Schools, log on to lovingtonschools.net and bet you won't be disappointed. Go Big Blue. 3 claps and a woo!
For Portales in the top of the third, no runs, no hits. Lovington commits 1 error. And the Rams leave one runner stranded. So we will head to the bottom of the third. Lovington up by 9 and due up for the Wildcats, as it looks like we will be turning things over to the top of the order, and Salinas, Garcia, and Pondo due up as we get this third inning underway. Zane Mayberry still on the hill for the Rams. He came on in relief back an inning ago.
Up to bat, number 5, Cesar Salinas.
Cesar Salinas will step in. Cesar is 0 for 1. He grounded out to lead off the game and then walked and scored on an error in the second inning. So officially 0 for 1 with a run scored. So Salinas going to step in. This will be the first time he's faced Mayberry. And the wide and the first pitch, and that one will twirl inside corner for called strike 1. So no ball, 1 strike count as Mayberry deals, and another good pitch, and that one going to just miss low and away. And the count evens up 1 ball, 1 strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count, Salinas leading off for the second time in the ball game. And the 1-1 pitch, and that one going to miss low for ball 2. So a 2 ball, 1 strike count. And Salinas going to step out up timeout as they were informing Pondo he needed to head back to the dugout. He couldn't be out yet. In the hole, not on deck. And the 2-1 pitch, and that one is going to run away. And it'll be ball 3. So a 3 ball, 1 strike count. Lovington, you got to think, going to continue to try and press and get some more runs on the board. They can call this a 5-inning ball game. Up by 9 now. And the 3-1 pitch swung on, and that one is heading out of play, foul over the right side. So that'll run the count full to Salinas. It'll be a 3 ball, 2 strike count. So 3-2. Mayberry still on the hill. Mayberry and Swift your battery now. Lagarda, Gomez, Gutierrez, Luscombe first to third. As the long look in by Mayberry and the payoff pitch, and that one is going to be low for ball 4. So Salinas will get his second walk of the evening, and he'll head down to first.
Up to bat, number 1,
And now to be Luis Garcia is Luis, 2 for 2, couple of singles, couple of runs scored. And we will have a courtesy runner come in for Salinas. That'll be Danny McMullen. So McMullen on to run. McMullen, the speedster out there, deceptively quick. So now Garcia will step in. He is 2 for 2. As Mayberry, already in a bit of a jam, will kick and fire, and that one will be high to Garcia for ball 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. And somebody is trying to show off their car, I guess, and the 1-0 pitch, and taking a pretty good hack at it. Garcia comes up empty, and the count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. So a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Runner at first is McMullen running for Salinas. Wide, and the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that one's coming back up the middle and going to find its way through into center field. McMullen around second. He is heading towards third as Diaz comes up with it and will fire it in, but it is off target. And so Garcia now 3 for 3, his third single of the ball game, and the speedy McMullen will head to third. So now Micah Pondo to the plate. He is 2 for 2. Doesn't have an RBI yet, but now a chance to cash that in. And again, Lovington getting the line moving, just like they did last inning with nobody out, and now they got runners at the corners. So Pondo, a couple of singles in the ball game, has scored a run too. As Mayberry will set and fire, and that one is going to be away. Swift will block it out, and it'll be ball 1. So a 1 ball, no strike count to the number 3 hitter, Pondo. Pretty good lead off of first for Garcia, and he will go. And now they're trying to decide what to do, and now they'll toss it over to second. And McMullen just going to go ahead and come on home, and they will fire it to the plate. Not going to be in time, and McMullen will be safe. Now McMullen will come in and score and make this an 11-1 ball game. And Garcia is safe at first as Gomez deciding to come home instead of trying to burn down Garcia. So he decided to try and save a run and get it out at the same time, and didn't work that way for him. So it's a 1-ball, no strike count at the plate. Bases are clear now, or actually runner at first is Garcia. As Pondo waits, and now Garcia will go, and he will just take off and head to second. And nothing that's a stolen base, and that's a, I can't actually say what that is, but so Pondo back in, runner at second. Garcia was on the horse, and the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air. That is going to deep left field, is going back. Is Lozano back, and he is at the wall, but it is gone. Say bye-bye baseball. Touch of all, Mr. Pondo, and it is a 2-run blast to left, and the Wildcats are rolling here tonight. So the 2-run shot makes this a 13-1 ball game. As Mayberry just watches in disbelief and disgust as Pondo will touch home plate and be mobbed by his teammates. And that'll bring Jonathan Aceves to the plate, as the Cats have now taken a 13-1 lead. And I have a feeling that will probably do it for Mayberry. Jonathan Aceves will be the hitter, as the Portales coach going to come out and talk to his battery. Don't see anybody working down in the bullpen. So I think the coach just telling him, man, you got to find a way to keep it in the yard and try and keep this one as close as you can. But a 13-1 score now. Lovington in command. So that will have Portales down to their final 6 outs of the season. And if they can ever get out of this half inning, Jonathan will say a quick prayer, and now he will step into the right side box as Mayberry still on the hill, still dealing. See if the visit by the coach settles things down a little bit. Aceves will first pitch, ding dong, as that's going to get him in the shoulder. Did it come over the top and get the bat? Nope, it got him in the shoulder. Or nope, it was a strike because it did get the bat, so I thought it got the bat. Got to remember to get the bat out of the way when you duck down, have one coming over your head. So a 0-ball, 1 strike count. Aceves back in. Swift sets up on the outside and the 0-1 pitch, and that one going to come in and get away from Swift. Nobody on, no harm, no foul. And so the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1-1 count will be with the Wildcats next week wherever they happen to roam. Could be Grants, could be Albuquerque, could be Belen. Could even be Roswell. Edward Goddard, depending on how everything works out. And the 1-1 pitch on the way swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air. That is going to deep center field. That is going back as Diaz is going to watch, and that one is going to clear the fence. Say bye-bye baseball. Touch 'em all, Mr. Aceves, as it is back-to-back jacks for the Wildcats. That one out of here. And another home run for Lovington. 14-1, now the score is back-to-back dingers. And now the Cats' bats come into play that the wind has died down. And now it'll be Jaden Hernandez to the plate after Aceves gets mobbed on the mound. So a 14-1 ball game as the wheels have not come back on for Portales. Jaden is 1 for 2, struck out in the first, then singled and scored in the second. So he's going to step on as 4 runs have come across for the Wildcats. Bases are clear. And they're going to throw it over to third and try and get the out over there. Surely that's not going to work twice. You've got to be kidding. And they're asking, what the heck? And did the umpire signal out? Did they call him? Did they say he missed third? Is this going to be the second time we have to do this in 2 days? So I think maybe that, did he call him out? Crew's going to come over. He wants an explanation, and he's saying he missed the bag. I think we've already played this game once. So the home run would be negated. And so I think they said he missed third, and so that would actually be an out. And so that happens the second time in 2 days. And up and in to Hernandez, ball one. So that will still be a homer, but it will take the run off the board. And for the second time, I'm thinking, I don't know. We'll talk in a minute. But the 1-0 is going to be on the inside corner and even things up at 1 ball and 1 strike. And I think they did get them to admit that the one yesterday they said was no touch was indeed. And so now the 1-1 pitch, and that one is up high for ball 2. Something tells me we'll be looking at the video again. So Aceves, they say missed third. And the 2-1 pitch swung on, and that one is going to get away from the third baseman Luscombe. And so Hernandez has the 1-out single. Again, something tells me at some point in this, something tells me this next week at practice that Coach Areola is going to have them literally stomp on third when they round it now. And we'll have a courtesy runner check into the ball game. I believe that's Taylor over there, courtesy running. Yep, there's the 3. So Aiden Taylor on courtesy running. Well, 1 on, 1 out. 3 runs across for the Wildcats. And high, and that one going to go sailing. And somehow Lagarda gets a hold of it. It'll be ball 1 to Pata. So for the second time in 2 nights, the umpires say a Wildcat base runner misses third. Of course, unlike last night, this one probably not going to change or affect the outcome of this one. And the pitch swung on. That one is going to be ripped out to right center field. That one is going to drop in. As on the hop, Williams will get it and toss it in. Ball gets away from Gutierrez and will continue to roll. So Taylor is at second. Pata, as his first hit of the second game, will be standing at first. So if you're the Wildcats, just keep the line moving. And so a missed base again, though, earlier this inning takes a homer off the board. Still, I think I'm going to put it in as a home run, but you just have to take the run off the board. 13-1 is the score. And I think that's going to do it for Zane Mayberry. So we'll see who is left in the cupboard for the Portales Rams with Ethan Gonzalez coming to the plate. 2 on, 1 out. And it looks like we will have a new pitcher come in. Who's it going to be? That'll be the question. Or do they have any pitching left? I mean, they've burned through a lot of guys. And, yep, we will have a new pitcher. It'll be Lagarda coming in to take over at first. So Lagarda will go from first to the mound with the pitching change. We'll be back. Wildcat Baseball continues in a moment.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called SmartHub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the SmartHub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the SmartHub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with SmartHub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington. Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally. which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
And so the new pitcher in the game for the Portales Rams will be Edel Lagarda as he moves over from first base. Traven Price will check in, and he will take over at first as Ethan Gonzalez will step in. So the Wildcats are rolling. They lead this one 13-1. Should be 14-1, but we had another, oh, no, he didn't touch third kind of moment. I can't believe that. 2 nights in a row. So you've got Pata standing at first. You've got Taylor running for Hernandez standing at second. And Ethan Gonzalez will step in as Lagarda, the big lefty, will take over on the hill. So the first batter he will face will be Gonzalez. Ethan is 2 for 2. Then he singled off of the starter, Faust, and then he singled off of the first reliever, Mayberry. So let's see what he can do against reliever number 3, Lagarda. As we click past 9 o'clock here in the Mountain Time Zone. 2 on, 1 out. Shouldn't be 1 out, but there is. I'll just leave it at that. So Lagarda is ready to go. So he will set high, check the runners, and will come to the plate. And the first pitch is up and away, ball 1 to Gonzalez. So 1 ball, no strike count, 1 down for the Cats. But 2 on, and already 3 across this inning. They'd like to add some more to it. And the 1-0 pitch swung on and back into the netting. Evens the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. So a 1 ball, 1 strike count as Sanchez comes over to retrieve the errant baseball. And he'll head back to the on-deck circle. Evan Ochoa in the hole. As Lagarda looks, checks, and the 1-1 pitch, and that one is going to be outside, ball 2. Then a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Cats all over the Rams in this one. One game won by 10, 17-7. And they're up by 12 in this one, 13-1. So checking on the runners as Lagarda comes to the plate, and that one will be high. Checking it up is Gonzalez, and that'll be ball 3. So the 3 ball, 1 strike count. Pata at first after the single. Taylor running for Hernandez after he singled. And the 3-1 pitch swung on and missed, and that'll run the count full to Gonzalez. So a 3 ball, 2 strike count. Lovington 3 across this inning. I know the scoreboard says 4, but it is only 3. Still a full count to Gonzalez at the plate. As after another. And the pitch, and that one is going to miss away for ball 4. And so the walk by Gonzalez will load them full of Wildcats. Taylor goes to third. Pata goes to second. Gonzalez with the walk at first. So now Patrick Sanchez to the plate. 1 for 2 at an infield RBI single back in the second. Struck out late in the second. So now Lovington with the bases juiced. Going to try and cash him in. And the lefty reliever will deal on the outside corner to Patrick, called strike 1. It's just a questionable move by the Portales coaches to claim a missed third base again, and the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed, as video evidence proved that the didn't miss the base last night, and something tells me will prove didn't miss it tonight either. So a 0 ball, 2 strike count. Sanchez at the plate. Lagarda kicks and fires, and that one is high in the air to right center field. Going over and making the grab on the run is Williams, but tagging up and coming home is Taylor, and so it'll be a sac fly. So the sac fly to right will cash in a run, and now it is a 14-1 ball game. 2 down, and Cameron Ochoa, the number 9 hitter, to the plate. And the Cats have batted around this inning. You still got two on. Gonzalez at first, Parr at second. Now Gonzalez, or Ochoa rather, to the plate. 0 for 1, popped out back in the second, but walked and scored earlier in the ball game. 2 on, 2 out. 4 runs across for Lovington, and that one going to twirl outside. Ball 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. Sitting here slowly freezing to death. Definitely should have dressed warmer for tonight. Still a 1 ball, no strike count. No complaints, though. And the wind and the pitch swung on, and that one is going to be curling in the air out to right field as Williams will go over next to the line and will make the grab for out number 3. So back-to-back flyouts to the right fielder, and then a questionable missed third base call. We'll just leave it at that. But the Cats put 4 more on the board as we head to the 4th inning. It is Lovington 14, Portales 1. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
And welcome back to Lovington Wildcat Baseball as the Cats get 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and 2 runners are left on base. We head to the 4th. All Wildcats in this one, a 14-1 score. As leading it off as they're going to keep Miguel Gomez. Gomez playing at second. So Gomez, Lozano, and Diaz. That will be the men due up. And the first pitch to Gomez will be high for ball number 1. Gomez 0 for 1 in the ball game. Cesar Salinas still on the hill. Still dealing. If Lovington can hold this right where it's at or add to it. Portales down to their final 6 outs, and that one is going to be popped up into shallow center field. Ochoa on the run as he is going to call off Gonzalez and come in and make the grab. So they pop out into shallow center, and there is 1 down for Portales. So now Dallas Lozano to the plate. Lozano 0 for 1. He struck out back in the second. So the Cats leading by 13, a 14-1 ball game. Should be 15-1, but we won't go there. As Salinas will look in and deal to Hernandez, and that one is going to miss away, ball 1. So a 1 ball, no strike count. As the Lovington folks still kind of shaking their head about that one. Again, I bet they the 1-0 pitch, curveball, and that one going to miss high, ball 2. This is something tells me that they're going to work on stepping right on the top of the bag very visibly and maybe hollering, ump, I stepped on it. And the pitch swung on, and that one is over the light standards on the right side. Now to play. So it'll be a 2 ball, 1 strike count. 1 down. We are in the top of the 4th inning. All Wildcats winning game 1. Well, in control of winning game 2 to get the sweep in the series. Winning yesterday 9-4. And the 2-1 pitch, that one in the dirt, ball 3. So winning yesterday 9-4, winning game 1 17-7 in 5. And in control 14-1 here in game number 2. And Salinas will deal the 3-1, and that one is going to break, and breaks pretty good and on the inside corner. Called strike 2. Cesar throws one like that, it'll bend around a corner, and it did right there. And the payoff pitch fastball, that one's in the dirt and is going to get away from Hernandez as Lozano goes over and practices his jump shot with his bat into the dugout.
Number 4, Devin Diaz.
And so now Devin Diaz to the plate with 1 on and 1 out. Diaz grounded out to Garcia. He's 0 for 1. And grounded out to short his last time up. He does that here. It'll probably be a 6-4-3 double play. So the 13-run lead for the Cats as Lozano, not much of a lead, and now he's going to go, and they hit and run on, and they throw down, and did they get him? No, they're going to say he just beat the throw in, but a good throw from Hernandez and a good tag by Garcia as Lozano, who didn't have much of a lead, took a huge jump and takes it over to second. So that'll take off the conventional double play at least. It is strike one at the plate to Diaz. I get the score bug caught up. So no ball, 1 strike count. Salinas will deal the curveball. That one breaks in over the outside corner. Nice pitch, strike 2. Kind of had that little 11 to 4 break on it. So a no ball, 2 strike count. Salinas checks on the runner in the 0-2 to the plate and swung on and missed and ring him up and sit him down. Diaz goes down on 3 straight pitches, and there are 2 gone for Portales here in this top of the 4th inning. 6th K of the ball game for Salinas. And let's see who's coming up. Oh, that'll be Price. So that'll be Trevin Price to the plate. And the first pitch to Price, and the starting first baseman will take the first pitch on the outside corner, strike 1. So Price, of course, the normal starter. Coach Tellez getting some of his reserves in, final game of the season, but having to burn through the pitching like he is. Price back in the ball game in the 0-1 pitch, and that fastball is going to miss away. And it'll even things up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count, 2 down, runner at second. Leadoff hitter Williams waits on deck. In the 1-1 pitch curveball, a great pitch from Salinas. That's going to be in there, called strike 2. If they're not going to pull the trigger on it, I might think about throwing it again. So the 1 ball, 2 strike count. Righty on lefty battle. Salinas has the sign, quick worker in the pitch, and swung on. And that'll be a little chopper, and it's going to be handled. And it'll just be a tag out by Pata. So the ground out to third. And Portales puts another man on, but can't move him around. We head to the bottom of the 4th. All Lovington in this one, 14-1 the score. Wildcat Baseball continues on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
And welcome back to Lovington Wildcat Baseball. Okay, they decided that the pitch to Price, or the little grounder that should have been a ground out, was actually a foul ball. So Salinas said, okay, I'll just throw him another one, and blew a fastball by him, and that was strike 3. 7th K of the ball game for Cesar Salinas. And so now we will turn it over into the bottom of the 4th. Nothing changed. So, all right, as we go to the bottom of the 4th, it'll be back to the top of the lineup. Salinas, Garcia, and Pondo up. And Lovington up by 13. As still on the hill will be Lagarda for the Portales Rams. So Lovington might want to scratch another run or two across just to kind of rub it in a little bit after another questionable, I think he missed third, and then lobbying effort by the opposing coach. But we'll just leave it at that. I'll get over it. If it wasn't 39 degrees, I might get over it quicker, but okay. All right. I should be happy, and I am happy. We're up 14-1. So it has been a good season. Lovington going to punch their ticket into the playoffs for the first time in 7 years after sweeping Portales. And the question becomes, where will they wind up and where will they wind up? We'll find out that out Sunday. So Salinas will step in. Salinas officially 0 for 1, but he's walked a couple times, scored a couple times. This will be his first time facing Lagarda. And so Coach Tella is going to come over, and not sure exactly what he's going to say. They're not sure what Coach Tellez is doing. Yeah, it can't be batting out of order because Ochoa flew out to right to end the inning in the third, which would turn it over to the top of the order, which is Salinas. Now, not sure what his question could be here, unless they've got some changes in the field. So again, not sure what the questioning is here. Well, Salinas Garcia Pondo, we know that for a 100% fact. They're not sure what that was all about, but all right. So Salinas ready to go as Lagarda, the lefty, will kick and fire, and that one going to be on the outside corner, top of the zone, called strike one. Now Lovington, barring the baseball miracle of all baseball miracles, will sweep Portales, and the 0-1, that one sails away and evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. You don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, I know. And it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Always from the stretch, Lagarda, the big kick and the 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Pretty good pitch there, and Salinas going to be a little behind it, and it'll be a 1 ball, 2 strike count. So a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Second baseman Gomez plays pretty deep back there in the hole at second. And the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed as getting the strikeout, his first of the ball game, Lagarda. And there is 1 down for the Cats here in this bottom of the 4th inning. So now Luis Garcia to the plate. Luis 3 for 3. 3 runs scored. Couple of stolen bases to his credit. He is at a whale of a series, to be sure. So it'll be a lefty on lefty battle. This will be the first time he's faced off against Lagarda. So Luis, the open stance, goes to the back of the left side box, and the first pitch swung on, hit off the fists, and that one going to be dumped out into right center field. And so Luis 4 for 4 in the ball game. An infield single, a left, and it's kind of the cycle of singles. An infield single, a left field single, a single up the middle, and now 1 to right.
Up to bat, number 19, Fidencio Lujan.
And so now it'll be Fidencio Lujan on to pinch hit for Micah Pondo. Fidencio, another lefty, going to step in to face the lefty. Runner at first is Garcia. So Lujan on to bat after Pondo and the dinger his last time up. So Fidencio Lujan hitting around 300 on the season in limited time, but now he's going to come on to try and keep the line moving. 1 on, 1 out. Cats in control. So Fidencio going at first, I've got a feeling. And the first pitch, and he will take that one and foul it with authority over into the netting on the left side. Strike 1. No 0 ball, 1 strike count. Lujan on pitch hitting for Pondo. So he steps back in. Does not wear batting gloves. I can appreciate that. Not much of a lead for Luis at first, and the pitch, and that one is going to be belt high on the outside corner, called strike 2. Good pitch there for Lagarda. So 0 ball, 2 strike count. As settling back in is Lujan. As Lagarda checks and fires, and that'll be a chopper on the big bounce, handled by Gutierrez, and he comes the short way, but it is going to be dropped. And so it'll be dropped, but coming off of the bag is Garcia, so he will be out 6-4 as he came off the bag and then allowed to a re-tag to happen. So Lujan reaches on the fielder's choice. And now it'll be Jaden Gutierrez to the plate. So he'll be pinch hitting for Aceves. Gutierrez on to pinch hit. Hernandez waits on deck. We will have just a little clarification, I think, going on down here. Jaden waits on deck as he gets rid of the leg guards. So 2 down, 1 on. Fidencio leads off of first as Lagarda will kick and come to the plate, and that one will be outside to Gutierrez, ball 1. The 1 ball, no strike count. Lagarda, the 3rd pitcher of the evening, 6th overall for Portales, or 7th overall. And the 1-0 pitch, and swung on and missed as Gutierrez behind a pretty good outside fastball, evens the count at 1-1. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count for Portales. Of course, their season probably done. Lovington will find their way into the playoffs, looks like. As the 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, is way behind that fastball. Gutierrez not catching up with it. And it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Doesn't do up for Portales in their half of the 5th. Looks like it'll be the top of their order. So the 1 ball, 2 strike count. Lujan leads off first, about a half step. Price holds him on over there. And the 1-2 pitch inside as Gutierrez gets out of the way of it, gets away. The ball gets away from Swift, but Lujan content just to stay at first. And it'll be a 2 ball, 2 strike count at the plate. And Gutierrez going to do what he can. Hitting in the upper 200s in limited time this season. He's just a freshman. And the 2-2 pitch on the way for Lagarda. That'll be outside, ball 3. Well, Gutierrez will run the count full. So the 3 ball, 2 strike count. Lujan leads off of first. A little bit more of a lead this time. Lagarda looks, and now Lujan will go, and that one swung on, and that one is going to be popped up and will get out of play on the right side. Pretty good hack there for Gutierrez, so we'll reset and try it again at 3-2. Of course, Lagarda moving on the pitch, 3-2, 2 outs. Nothing to lose there. As Lagarda will retake the rubber. Checks on the runner. And we'll come to the plate. The payoff pitch swung on, and that one is going to be popped up and get out of play over on the right side. And so the battle continues between Gutierrez and Lagarda as Lujan has to trot 90 feet back down again. And Gutierrez still at the plate. Pretty good battle with Lagarda. No, the 3 ball, 2 strike count. Full count. Lagarda looks over at Lujan. And the payoff pitch at the plate. Swung on and missed, and that'll be strike 3. Second strike out of the ball game for Lagarda. And we will head to the 5th. The Wildcats just need to get 3 outs before Portales gets 4 runs, and they will sweep this series. We head to the 5th. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
And welcome back to Wildcat Baseball. We head to the fifth in the bottom of the fourth. No runs on one hit, no errors, and one Wildcat left on the bag. So through the first 4 innings of this one, the 4 complete innings. Sorry, as my tablet goes a little funky here. Yeah, Lovington, 14 runs on 15 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they've left 5 runners on. For Portales, they've got 1 run on 4 hits. They've committed 3 errors, and they have left 5 runners stranded. So we go to the fifth. It'll be the top of the Portales lineup. It'll be Williams, Gutierrez, and Swift due up. Actually, I think we're going to have pinch hitters coming in.
Number 9, Carson Pfaffenberger.
Oh, it'll be Pfaffenberger actually in to hit for Williams, the freshman who took the loss in game number 1. Well, he is the top hitter, though, for Portales, so they're going to try and extend this game out. And the first pitch, curveball, a big one, and it is just off the outside corner, ball 1. So Pfaffenberger leading it off, top of the order. And the 1-0 pitch, and that one is going to be just low for ball 2. So Salinas trying to deal the full game. Lovington up 14-1 in this one. It has been a Wildcat runaway, and the pitch, and that one is going to be off the outside. Actually, I think they're going to say it is 2-1, so all right, we'll take that. I'll go with that. So a 2-1 strike count. So Pfaffenberger steps out. Now he's back in. SR takes the long look in with Hernandez. Now he's ready to go. And the 2-1 pitch, and that one is going to be low and in, ball 3. So it is a 3-1 count. Pfaffenberger, Gutierrez, and Swift due up for the Rams. They need 4 runs to get this one to a bottom of the fifth. And the 3-1 pitch swung on and missed as Pfaffenberger trying to put one out of the park right there, and Salinas snuck it by him. So it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count. The full count to Pfaffenberger. As the kick and the pitch swung on, and that'll be a hard shot, and that's going to find its way through into right field. Pondo will get it and toss it in quickly to Lujan, playing over at first, but not in time. A good arm out there for Pondo. So Pfaffenberger with the single to right. And now it'll be Gutierrez's turn.
Up to bat, number 3, Caden Gutierrez.
So Caden Gutierrez comes to the plate. He is 0 for 2, struck out in the first, grounded out in the third. He grounds out like he did in the third over to Garcia. It will probably be a double play. And the first pitch swung on, and that'll be a slow roller as Aceves will handle it. He'll go to second, then over to first, but not going to be in time to get the speedy Gutierrez as they'll take Pfaffenberger 5-4 for out number 1. And Gutierrez will reach on the fielder's choice. So now 1 down. Portales down to their final 2 outs. And it'll be Noah Swift to the plate. He singled and scored in the first. Struck out in the third. As Salinas has 1 down, and he will deal. Swung on, and that'll be a hard shot on the ground between first and second. If Lujan is not having to hold the runner on, he's in perfect position to make that play. But Swift will shoot it through, and now runners at first and second for Portales as Edel Lagarda comes to the plate. Lagarda now the pitcher for the Rams. So 2 on, 1 out. Luscombe waits on deck. If you're Lovington, just know the situation. So Lagarda will step in. The open stance for the righty. She pitches lefty, and the first pitch will sweep on the outside corner, and that will be a called strike 1. So a no ball, 1 strike count. Lagarda 1 for 2, singled in the first, reached on an error in the third. His on-base percentage is pretty good tonight. And the 0-1 pitch, and that one going to be in the dirt. Nice job by Hernandez to block it out. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So it'll be a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Portales going to try and force a bottom of the fifth. Lovington going to try and just call it paid after this one. So a 1-1 count, and the curveball swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air, and that one is going to go out into left field, and that is going to get past Patrick and go all the way out to the wall. That'll get 1 run home as Coach Tellez is going to hold up Swift, but it'll be an RBI single to left for Lagarda. as that is going to cash in Gutierrez. And that'll make this a 14-2 ball game, with now Alex Luscombe to the plate.
Up to bat.
Lagarda with the single and move to second on the throw-in. Swift now at third. And the first pitch is going to come in. That's not Lagarda. That is Ontiveros on the bat. So Coach Tellez now putting his starters back in the game. And it was ball one, so he wants to see if he can get that 4 runs. So he's got one of them across. And the 1-0 pitch, and that one going to be high for ball number 2. So with 2 ball, no strike count. If you're Lovington, just let him put the ball in play. Salinas, 7 strikeouts on the night. Normally not an overpowering pitcher, but hadn't made hard contact on him in the 2-0, and that one will be on the outside corner, make it 2-1. So the 2 ball, 1 strike count, as the Cats should have their ticket punched into the playoffs. Could be anywhere from 12, although I think that's unlikely, down to 16. And the 2-1 pitch swung on and missed as chasing one. And they'll throw it down to first. I really thought that was strike 2, but okay, we'll go with it. So it'll be a strikeout throw out. And now Portales is down to their final out of the ball game. And now it'll be Miguel Gomez to the plate. He is 0 for 2. So Gomez at the plate, 0 for 2, and he represents the last hope of the night for the Rams. I think really Lovington probably going to go in at 14, and the wind and the pitch. Curveball, a big breaker, and yes, sir, that's in there, strike 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Gomez asks for time. Now he settles back in. And the 0-1 pitch, and that one a fastball that is going to be outside. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So a 1 ball, 1 strike count as Miguel Gomez, the last hope of the night for the Portales Rams. 14-2, Lovington in the lead. He does represent the run, though, that could extend this game to a bottom of the 5th. Curveball, big breaker, knee shaker, and it is in there for strike 2. Now the 1 ball, 2 strike count. I think I may throw that one again if I'm Salinas. The Wildcat faithful ready to cheer their Cats onto the playoffs for the first time in 7 seasons. So 2 on, but 2 out, and it's a 1-2 count. Salinas has the sign and the 1-2 pitch. Fastball, ring him up and sit him down. Swung on and missed. 8th K of the ball game for Salinas, and the Wildcats are victorious by a final score of 14-2. Quick look at the final numbers in this one for the Wildcats. They get 14 runs on 15 hits, 1 error committed, and they leave 5 on base. For Portales, they get 2 runs on 7 hits. They commit 3 errors, and they leave 7 runners on base. So for the Wildcats, they will improve on the season now to 11, make that 12-14, 4-5 in district. And they should be probably 14-15, I would think. Maybe 13, but probably 14 or 15 when the seedings are released coming up on Sunday. So our next Wildcat broadcast, baseball broadcast, will be next weekend from somewhere. It could be in Grants. It could be in Albuquerque. It could be in Belen. It could be in Roswell, for all we know. We'll find that out on Sunday. Of course, the Lady Cats will be at home next weekend. We'll find out Sunday where they are going. Well, we know they're going to be at home, but we'll find out who they're going to be playing on Sunday and all of our Lee County squads. So best of luck to them, and of course tune in to Kicks 103, KZOR, Cool 95.7, Eagle 100.5 on Monday morning for the complete recap of the weekend games and where your favorite teams will be playing. So I'm going to go try and thaw out and wrap this one up. The Cats sweep the series against Portales, winning last night 9-4, winning game 1 17-7, and winning game 2 14-2. And with that, my friends, we will put a wrap on this one. Big thanks to Max and Aaron back in studio, keeping an eye and an ear on things. For Don Morgan, I'm TJ Miracle saying so long from Wildcat Park. This has been an exclusive presentation of New Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. Good night, everybody.